Добрый вечер, я бы сказал.
Добрый день.
Я диспетчер.
Вечер. Второй день полуфинала. Второй день полуфинала. Погнали смотреть. Сейчас качество только сделаем, секундочку. Что, блядь, с картинкой, ну? Вот. На первом месте у нас команда номер 17. Как осталось у нас со вчерашнего дня, 71 очок. На 51. Посмотрим, кто как играет. Это вчерашний стал с первого дня. Опять 3 карты Миромал и 2 ранги.
As they're trying to limp their way into this one.
Trying to see if he can get to Noadra, but the grenade's good enough.
Погнали, посмотрим.
Go moving forward. It is gonna be a massive.
Ой-ой-ой. Минут до начала. На сегодняшний день 5 игр опять будет сыграно. Посмотрим.
Oh, BBL, like you said, has no idea the spray comes through the trans.
Again, finds the first one. 7-7 will find one return. Finds the second as well.
Нормально, так он раскатал.
So 1v1 if he's been keeping track of the kill feed. Shots through both sides.
1v1 playing around the.
Cerberus has been taking this very, very slowly. Wait.
Getting an angle here. Cerberus went like, why are they in a vehicle? Hasn't quite worked off. Isaki needs to get the quick. That's why it's very low. It won't take much, but he's got a player bar. Isaki!
Just want to hang out on the edge and hope for a different ship coming in the next phase over because though they are again trading it with a tropic.
They're so aggressive, but so successful.
А лучшие моменты показывают.
They're gonna get spotted out by AT. Decent.
We're trying to come in back behind TE and get some damage. Oh, this is a very expendable team right now as they're all
Закидали
gonna drop.
гранатами нахуй.
That they're ready for it. However, there's a lot of damage done. Cappy's already gonna get one.
message. I will not rest.
Now the shots are coming through, fortunately. Damage is coming through from United as well. Kickstart all that's left for the team. Does manage to find one. Last one runs into the molly, and that's going to be 17 out.
It was close to Miramar. It doesn't give me Miramar vibes, but that's just because it's a video game to me, and it's not really the same, but it is really cool, and I've enjoyed the experience so far. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Angles. This is a...
He's making a stand. He gets 2 knocks already.
22 have to push onto this while Mal and Alia are knocked down. Example has to go...
Hello. Well. How do you like the desert?
Никак. Тут делать нечего. Я лучший из лучших.
I don't have anything to say. I mean, I'm just not very arrogant, and it doesn't really matter to me if I say I'm the best. It's more performance and stats for me, so it doesn't really bother me.
Хорошо. Увидимся в играх.
So today we are doing freaking sand tour. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Нет, я не готов. Можно домой? Я не готов. Do you need to comment it?
I don't know. Have you ever done this before? Have you went out in Dubai?
Yeah, we was in Dubai Mall.
We went to like the Palm, like the fake islands. I went to there. And we've been to the mall a few times, like the Burj Khalifa. Maybe it will accompany us for finals.
You?
Yeah.
Please no.
You didn't like it? I mean, it's pretty scary, so I don't know what to say.
страшновато.
It's pretty high up, and I've never snowboarded or sandboarded or anything, so I don't know what to expect, and hopefully I don't break anything.
킥스타트 선수님 먼저 내려가시는.
No, bro, let him go first. Let's go. No, man.
Keep the boot straight.
Too fast.
Yeah, it was good. I like it.
He's skinny. I'm fat.
You're right. Извини, Сэм. Было прикольно, мне понравилось. Поначалу казалось... Можно поменяться местами?
Nah. Can I get up there too, bro? You got some room? I can't get that high, bro. How you gonna spend your money if you win PGC?
Новенький iPhone, какие-нибудь кроссовочки.
I'll probably go back to the gold suit and buy another gold chain, and then nothing else really. I'll probably just invest my money, make some more money from it.
В Дубаях катаются.
Pretty chill. Now that a lot of people have gotten here and at night and there's like music playing and stuff, it's pretty cool. It feels natural and like homey.
Ветерок поддувает. Сколько тебе лет?
21.
99. Мне казалось, что Kingston старше меня.
I want to know what happened during the last PCS.
Я уже забыл игры, что там было. Не надо мне напоминать.
LG taking fight from everywhere, but Kingston.
I mean, I don't think my votes were that high going into group stage, but I had a very good performance, so then a lot of people picked me for winner's bracket, and then I think I disappointed a few people. I don't think I played that bad, but like, I didn't get as many kills as obviously, so sorry for letting everyone down, but hopefully you got the points in group stage and got the points then. Are you satisfied with your fantasy rank?
I don't really see much of a successful way for them. They have to push.
Насколько я знаю, мне пикнул 1%. Я вообще не понимаю вопрос. Ну, фэнтези-лига прикольная штука. Можно пикнуть игроков, каких ты хочешь, и заработать джекоинов, насколько я знаю. Но это прикольно. Могу лишь поблагодарить тех, кто поддерживает нас, меня и, ну, не только меня, а в принципе команду нашу. Мы будем стараться еще больше и больше.
I think the best part of it was the 17 fight, because I threw a molly at the tree because I knew he would be behind the tree.
Kickstart all that's left for the team. Does manage to find one. Last one runs into the molly, and that's going to be 17 out in 9th. Kickstart.
Жестко.
On an angle onto FaZe. He's going to find another one. He's going to eliminate FaZe Clan.
What do you think I'm good at as a player?
Но мне кажется, он хорош своим хладнокровием, уверенностью.
One as he's pushing on to Day Trade. They're taking a fight on.
A follow-up or revive has already happened on the side of Navi. Norton's out in the open. The timing is just never there for him.
Push onto this one, Mal, and down example has Navi onto Twisted Minds. They will as well. Navi are not messing around here at PGC. They're here to play. They're here to win.
Think sneaks past them. A good attempt right now for 17.
Mel knocked down onto Flood. That's big. Uber's back down again. Second knock, much harder for them. Finished off by Flash. Day trade continue.
Were they scared when I kept shitting on them on the hill?
Да нет, у нас был план закрыть сначала United.
You lying. I knocked two, and I headshot him.
To show their level of survivability involved, they might still have a chance to make this still low in health. He's been brought up again. Nade to kickstart. He's still a little.
I think that game would have been very fun if we didn't play bad. We threw the game very hard because we actually had bad info that we thought Navi were only a 2-man, unfortunately. So we tried to hold a lot of space, and I think if we didn't hold a lot of space and we knew they were 4-man, we would have consolidated and went to the west, and then we would have had like a very fun and equal 4v4.
Это смотрим повторы, как они показывают.
Pretty good, obviously.
But at this point, obviously, for Navi, they're already going to the grand finals. It's a matter of having. They need a knock. They don't find it. Navi are creating history at PGC 2022. It is back to back to back. It's Navi with 3 wins in a row to close day 1 of the winners bracket.
Настроение, понятное дело, было отличное, потому что мы понимали, что мы уже проходим финал. Как бы это просто круто быть на первом месте всегда.
He's always very high in damage and always has like usually the most kills on his team and damage. So I mean his shooting and his like precision with his aim is really high, obviously. What's your strategy going into the grand final?
Сейчас все разложу. Сидеть там пару кружочков до 4-го, наверное. Выйти, выиграть игру.
Their strategy is to get fed, hopefully, the whole tournament. So who would have won that, right? So I think you guys are a very good team, and I think you will do very good in the grand final as long as you do what you just did. So don't play like you did in PCS, though.
Okay, thank you. Good luck, you too.
United!
Navi, fighting!
Fighting!
45 секунд и начнется. Сейчас спросим, он подойдет, нет? Ты чё, идешь?
Я в катке пока доиграю.
Ну смотри, это 30 секунд осталось.
Дроп скинул.
В катке пока доигрывай. Команда номер 17 показывает. Тут все команды. Смотрим, кайфуем. Никаких представлений сегодня не будет, сразу они будут стартовать. Это неплохо даже, я бы сказал. Это очень хорошо. Когда сразу стартует.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for day 2 of the PUBG Global Championships. We're here for the grand final, and it started with a bang yesterday as our 2 top teams made a statement that they clearly are the favorites coming into this. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Toby. I'm joined by Martin. Let's break down that action, and they did make a big statement.
They really did. I just want to get into it instantly.
I
can't wait for the intros. You gotta get started. 17 playing around with the lobby as if it was no problem, and Navi really the only ones joining them in what was a very, very top-heavy start to the grand finals.
Honestly, all the other teams, the 15 other teams, they have to realize if they don't get them stopped early, they're going to run away with things, and it's going to be too late.
It's starting to feel too late right out of the gate. I mean, 5 games, 4 of those chicken dinners go to 2 of the teams, and not just 2 of the teams, 2 of the teams that we've picked as favorites. In fact, you guys both said at the start of the show yesterday, 17 comes out and kicks it off with a bang.
Yeah, exactly. And I talked to Uber just before going into the matches, then he said, like, we're getting a little bit more placement, and we just continue what we're doing. We're actually going to be up there. We're going to be close. We're going to be contesting them easily.
Well, they've got a couple days left for people to play catch-up. We are at the end of what has been a grueling marathon of PUBG for a lot of these teams. With 15 games left to play, it is time for the rubber to meet the road. These teams have to start making moves. Maybe day 1 you could write it off a little bit, Toby, but now it is starting to get very, very real. 3 matches of Miramar, 2 matches of Erangel today, so a little bit of an advantage for those who thrive in the desert.
I would say you could write it off if it wasn't because you have some of these top teams that are already starting to separate themselves by the margin that they are. I mean, the fact that we already now have 17, 20 points ahead of second place, and that just bumps it down that much harder down the list. It's going to be difficult. If you don't get it started today, 17 might just have already won it.
Yeah, my question is, the 17 transfer that momentum from yesterday into today, because historically and what we've seen so far in this tournament, the 12 games that they played on Miramar, they only had 4.3 points per game on Miramar, so yesterday was an anomaly.
Тотал это вот очки. Кого какой команд, это сколько киллов сделали за вчерашний день они.
Started with a chicken and ended with a chicken, but Twisted Minds was not to be outdone. They also walked away with 2.
Yeah, I mean, they get back-to-back wins, one on Erangel, one on
Посмотрим. Все шансы есть сегодня.
The only thing for Twisted Minds that's kind of
Даже у слабых команд есть шансы подняться.
Twisted Minds, how the consistency of competitive PUBG. As much as they get 2 wins back-to-back yesterday, the other 3 games weren't really anything to write home about.
And speaking of the other games, it's not over yet. There's 15 left. A team like Donowa, do you think they bounce back? I mean, we saw some beautiful things from Soul and
Пока наши Нави и Твисты нормально так закрепились. Вот сегодня главное дело не обосраться им. Пару топчиков взять. Твисты вчера нормально, но первые 2 катки не сливали, конечно. Вообще не знаю, что с ними там делать. Вот топ-3 команды.
Speaking of the top, let's talk about the top of the desert. Miramar is where we start off. The top performing teams as we go into that is going to be 17 in number 1, Twisted Minds in 2, and Navi in 3, who for me is a little bit of a surprise. I knew that they would be fun to watch and that they would do pretty well. I didn't expect them to be putting up numbers like they did yesterday, too.
I mean, their first Miramar yesterday, they get a fifth place with 10 kills. That game should have never given them the amount of points that they did. But again, we talked example before, but it's the whole team effort. Yeah. They were all there trying to rescue him, but they're putting in so much effort to apply as much damage as possible. They're never with the backs against the wall. They're the ones that drag people into the alley with them.
You know, it feels like this team had a good recipe. Things tasted pretty good, and then they sprinkled in a little bit of Uba, and maybe
if you're able to add him to your team, and now he's able to speak in his native tongue as he's been before he played with FaZe Clan, then I'm feeling like it can almost only go well, right? Also, after not playing for a little bit of time, then, you know, kind of the hunger, the lust is going to come back, and it's definitely showing here for Navi, and I'm obviously loving what they're able to do. My question is how they were playing yesterday, not getting the placements that they wanted, of course. If they continue all of that and still, you know, a little bit better macro or maybe a little bit more luck, could be completely different now we're seeing today on a whole different level.
Well, you talked about how they played. I want to take a look back at exactly how they played, because we want to look back at Miramar yesterday in particular. And the performance from our teams in particular. Let's pull it up here. We are in day number 2. And of course, the early maps coming in on Miramar. far. They were dominant all over the place.
An interesting thing to me on 17 yesterday, we talked about them coming into the day, how they can play both edge and center really well. They did both in this game. They start off rotating center. Again, when you loop Ricardo, you get pretty easy access to center. They rotate in center, but then we saw hard shifts galore. A quadruple hard shift to the northeast. They ended up sitting on the far edge of it, but there was no one around them for a good while. Why? Because they were killing literally everyone sitting next to them. So very confident center team, even more so a threat on the edge.
For me, when I'm looking at 17 Gaming, it's just too scary to have them on the high ground, controlling everything around them, right? The way that especially they play with this game here, land ratio was a huge factor in how they played Circle 3 and 4. They got themselves into one of the spots and fought themselves into a high ground situation where they could either gatekeep or take down everyone that are sitting in the low ground in the canyon. And if you give them that amount of control with how Little Ghost is playing, with how Show is playing right now, it's just too scary for all the other teams. They're taking the control. They're being proactive.
I mean, the question then becomes, every team had to have gone home and watched VODs last night. And they know that they can't let 17 have the high ground, but can you stop them? I mean, you said they take it, and they really do.
The thing is, to me, with the way 17 is playing right now, they're putting themselves into the best position, and if they can't get it for free, they fight teams for it. And so far, well, nobody has wanted to be the team they're fighting, because those teams have been losing. So what team is it that goes out and say, we're willing to potentially throw this game away for ourselves just to stop the team at the top? I don't think 17 is going to be stopped today.
We did see a little bit of that passiveness, or maybe, I don't want to say fear to engage, but for instance, 17, yesterday, we saw that wildcard United standoff, and it seemed like nobody really wanted to get on the front foot.
It's kind of the classic situation. Every time you have a new lobby, the teams on the first day, they're waiting a little bit more, which means there's going to be a lot more pressure on the edge. You're going to have a lot more teams that are playing a little bit slower. 17 Gaming to advantages. Also a little bit about Twisted Minds, though. They're going to be very good at Miramar. They're going to continue their games. And the only situation they actually fear is anything that is south of Chumacera, because they feel like they have to stop so many times on the way. They have to scout, 3 or 4 times before they know their next destination, because there is so much terrain on that southern side.
Now, we're only playing 2 maps in Erangel today, though we will talk about the teams who have been performing best there. Not a surprise, 17 Gaming again shows up in the top 3, but now we have Na'Vi and Daytrade Gaming, who may have had one of the best ambushes of the series.
Daytrade, to me, is one of those teams where I knew they could frag out, but I did not see them as an organized team that could play at this level. They've come out, they've surprised, they've shown we're not just a full speed into a compound and hope to get the kills. We can actually do it in really good fashion. They showed it yesterday, and I'm hoping to see more from them here today. They are sitting in that mid-pack, but the mid-pack is exceptionally close.
You know, Martin, when we watched yesterday, we talked a lot about Na'Vi and their willingness to fight, sort of these flashy attacks. They had 30 kills on Erangel. We talked less about J-Trade. They had 26. Are they doing the same thing? Are they doing it faster?
If you ask a lot of the
может, кто пропустил.
professionals that are at this event here, the Daytrade game that they had a lot of kills on, of course, as well, and a lot of success on, is where the circles are very readable. You know exactly, second circle, you know exactly where it's a home turf circle, but they took advantage of that. They outplayed Entropic completely. They took down Na'Vi and took that win in a proactive way, and I actually really enjoyed, especially also how they've been able to play throughout, and they're also dominating so much in their home region. There's no denial that they are one of the best teams here when it comes to frag and powder with the 1-2 punch Flash and Earns.
They are putting up big numbers. Yesterday's first game on Erangel in particular was a fascinating one, because it was sort of a test of everyone's individual skill. There was no cover. It was a challenge.
Exactly, and I mean, the way that 17 comes about the win, I could just repeat what I just said about their Miramar win. They come in center early, they get hard shifted away from time and time again, but they just slow down, play on the edge, dumpster everyone around them. They're a threat to be going up against pretty much no matter where you find them.
You say dumpster everyone around them, brings me to Na'Vi example in particular. We saw them win a game here, and I think it was number 3, where it was
Na'Vi.
they didn't take the win, but a hard-fought battle, no ammunition left in the guns, but smart early rotations and a good guess on where the circles were going.
And in general, no matter what, Na'Vi's always going to have this information here. They're so experienced, they're always going to be looking ahead and playing ahead for them, knowing the exact time when they have to move. Here, for example, with the Daytrade one, they took opportunities, they took chances, but Daytrade had them locked down. And no matter what we're seeing from Na'Vi here, and what we're going to continue seeing is proactiveness and the hardcore fragging power from all of them.
it was almost that game was one of my favorites of the day because it was a chess match at the end. Really was. The way that they were trading reses and using smoke cover, it was a very cerebral end of the game, and both of those teams showed that they really thrived when it came to that part of the challenge.
I mean, play that end game back 10 times, and it would definitely have been a situation where it would have been ended 2-3 minutes earlier, because as you said, they kept on resting, they kept on getting into the best off-angle spots to keep the game going, to keep increasing their chances, but no one else able to do so.
Well, if you want to keep the game going, you can come on down here, watch the Grand Finals live, and we actually going to check in with Sam to say a little bit more about how you can keep the game going here.
What's up, gamers? Now, I know if you're watching at home, you're wondering what's all the hype about. You've seen the stage already, but there's even more to do here at the PUBG Global Championship. This is the event zone. So during the breaks between games, you can come here and you can hang out, and there's so much for you to do. 2 booths as you walk in. The first one, you can get some PGC tattoos, and you can also make yourself an epic PGC badge. It's so cool because you can customize it yourself, get the badge, pin it to you, and obviously if you attend every PGC, you can just keep collecting those badges. Look, I'm giving you good ideas. As you keep going, this one's really fun for me. All the PGC merch you can imagine. Remember, you can get this online as well, but it is here for you to buy if you're in Dubai. This is my favorite hoodie out of all of them. Check this out. It's so epic. And then the back is just beautiful. Absolutely dig it. I'm coming back to buy this. That's what I'm going to do a little bit later. But first, we have to show you everything else because there is so much to do at the event zone. What you can't see around me is all the team badges.
Давайте уже игру речи.
Absolutely epic. Over here is a login sensor, so you can get yourself a Crafton ID, so you can play some PUBG. If you don't have one already, where have you been? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? You've got to be jamming some PUBG. Here is a redemption sensor. Now remember, during the winners and losers brackets, I got to go to Lemire Beach, and I showed you that there was all this PUBG stuff happening around the beach.
Ну чё там?
Да еще что, я не знаю, что-то он рассказывает там. Бренды продают, но.
Колонки, майки, скорее всего.
PUBG.
So all you need to do is come and play. And when I say play, I'm going to show you some of the stuff you get to do later. It's tons of fun. There's a photo booth here, so you can
сфоткаться можно, сувениры купить.
And lots of pro players are hanging around in the event zone sometimes, so you can make sure that you can get photos with them, which is pretty cool. That was my photo. And if you need a break from all the shouting by the stage, well, don't worry, because we got the LED screen. All the action is here. You will not miss a single game. You can just chill out, catch your breath, and after you've caught your breath, you got to go straight on over to one of the other fun activities. This is the Nerf gun station, so I really dig this. You can shoot the targets over here. On the other side, you can throw a ball to hit the tins. You get those coins for the swag, remember that? And then, I really, really love this, and I know all the boys on the desk.
Нормально, так они размахнулись. Вообще шикарно.
Reflexes need to be really good in game, and this is how you check how good they are. I actually asked a bunch of pro players to come and join me and face off against me, but they were too chicken. Tickleton, I see you. And if you keep on going, the opportunity is here to practice some PUBG in the practice zone. You can watch the pros play. During the breaks, you can come here and do everything that you saw and practice it right here. I was going to ask some of these guys how's it going, some of the goals as well, but no one likes being interrupted in game, so I'm not going to do that. But you can see everyone is jamming, really excited to kickstart the day. And then finally, this is my favorite part of the whole event zone, because when I first saw this, it gave me goosies. Like, this is really special. 32 teams are here, all their jerseys on display, and of course, they are all competing for the PUBG Global
Сфоткаться с кубком, купить майку команды своей любимой.
So all I can do is pretend to touch it, but we're getting hyped. You heard the music in the background. We're getting ready for it. The first day of the grand finals blew my mind. I'm so ready for day number 2. So you know what? I'm going to head back to the arena to join you so we can watch the games. Let's go.
Вот они, бля.
Ой, блядь, опять пиздят нахуй. Так нет концерта, так заебали разговаривать. Давай, запускай уже Каткина.
Команды уже сидят, значит, сейчас скоро начнется.
Да, это уже скоро, уже с полчаса идет нахуй.
Example на первом месте, нахуй.
It works at least for now. The whole commit to 3 players and then a sub. I was scared going into it, but right now it's looking good. So thank you, Example, for keeping my hopes
streams alive.
Kickstar,
So that's it. You can see at home, track along. Remember, if you guys have those teams, get in there. Tell us how you're doing. Let us know over on social media. We'd love to hear about it. And we're also going to show you exactly how it is that the rest of our team is doing, because it has become quite the talking point and arguing behind the scenes. So once that's ready, we'll show you where we're tracking right now. But I'm also loving seeing other players who maybe don't get as much love as normal because of their prices are getting a lot of sort of showcasing. A lot of people have chosen Ivas, for instance, as our fantasy picks.
Yeah, and in this case here, obviously, let's talk about who's leading right now. I'll start. Senex is not here, and I promised every time he's not here and we're talking about it, we have to go away and APAC. And you know, Senex has been doing well. I'm 15 points behind him. That one. Toffees, let's talk about yours since you're number 3.
All that matters is that I am in front of Porosaurus. Right. I beat him by 1 in PCS. He never heard the end of it. He swore he'd beat me here at PGC, and so far it is not to be. Toby,
let's talk to the other guys.
I felt like Matchroom was really lonely down there in the bottom, so I was like, you know what, I'll take a break. I don't need to win every time, so I'm just going to chill down there in the bottom with Matchroom and then let you guys get a win for once.
I heard that you gifted example a level 6 back.
Что сделал? Наушник включен. Серег,
это телефон включен.
Слышу, думаю, блин, не пойму, где, откуда эхо, блядь.
Выпил лайкосик, пожалуйста.
Долго все это, все очень долго. Все очень долго. Опять у меня пидор скопировал все, на.
Ну, скопировал, я изменил просто вчерашний. Лайкосик папе прижми.
Все копируешь только.
Да, ты у меня, блядь, даже все эти скопировал.
Чё?
Пиздобол, блядь. Описание, хуяние, все скопировал.
Какое описание? Описание это мое, ёпть.
Описание, блядь, канала, хуяла, блядь. Все скопировал.
Ты чё, ёбнулся, что ли? Описание ты у меня в гранд-финал, ебать. Хорошо, что ж картинку у меня не взял, нахуй. А то бы ж картинку скопировал, нахуй, когда во сколько будет проходить, нахуй. Самому неохота было писать, нахуй.
Kickstar was a little weak. If he steps up today, I feel like we'll be in good shape.
No matter what, if United does well or not, if they end up in the top 3, we'll still claim them as Europe.
Either way, EU's coming out with a great
It's completely fine. I think pride and bias is good, and I think in general you want to root for somebody that you feel closer related to. I think that's fine, and I think United definitely yesterday, it's remarkable what they're able to do, no matter the circumstances of how hard the circles and how hard the games was again, because they did not get any foot inside the door at all. They had to fight for everything themselves.
It is, and I think they've got a really good story about sort of trying to displace Sonics as the top team in that region. We've had a lot of good stories in this event. In fact, 17, who's in the lead, said he's retiring at the end of this year. This is sort of the last act for him, and it's got to be cool. I mean, you guys we've all been watching this for a long time. To think that you could start at the beginning and end your career with possibly a lifting of the trophy.
That would be the ultimate crowning of a getaway. Like, if that's the way to go down and out, then that's the good way to do it.
It's bold of him to say it, though, because what if they don't? Right? That's tough.
And he's going to be like, it was so close, I want to try it again. But yeah, no matter what, if he retires or not, which is very likely, talk to him yourself. It's going to be a fantastic run for them over here. Having a 20-point lead in day number 1, if you can bring any of that momentum into the next couple of days, it's going to be very good no matter what. I'm almost at this point already, with the amount of points they have, almost guaranteed a top 3, top 4, no matter what their performance is. But then again, have Picardo Chingy to themselves, uncontested, fantastic loot spots, so I'm expecting them to continue in that top.
I was going to say, if we go through not even the whole day, but just half the day today, and this lead have not been mitigated by any other teams, we're reaching a point where it's 17's tournament to lose. They have to make big mistakes in order for teams to catch up to them, and yesterday they were pretty much flawless.
Well, they looked flawless yesterday. Will they leave the door open today? We're about to find out. It is time to start day number 2 of PGC 2022.
Все, стартует наконец-то. Пошла раскаточка, на. Ебутся все на голове.
了解过后，觉得对我们相应比较厉害的队伍其实已经落选，我们会觉得打起来会比较轻松一点。但是没想到从第一局开始，发现强度还是非常的高。这么多的强队当中，我们还是得第一，我们是不是很厉害？在这个决赛当中，我觉得对我们最有压力的还是哪位？一直以来，从 PUBG 有比赛开始，一直是属于老牌强队。从开赛到现在决赛开始，他们一直都是第一名，所以说对我们来说压力也是很大的。
We did play good overall yesterday, but not first. Whatever. Next day. I think it doesn't matter like what place you're each day, each gaming day, unless you're first at the last one. One of the biggest reason I was excited for this grand finals is the live audience.
Чё, Чурабас?
Я тут.
I just really felt that people are enjoying the game. They really want to watch.
Мы заняли 3-е место. Я считаю, что все большие молодцы. Им хватило немножко стабильности, но я доволен. Вчера.
Чё, он из твистов по-русски разговаривает?
Это наша команда, ёпта. Твисты, Нави, это наша команда.
Вчера мы играли неплохо, взяли даже 2 победы.
Да ладно, твисты это русские?
Конечно, ты чё, блядь?
И догонять 17-х. Мы будем первой европейской командой, которая будет PGC.
Нави не наши, блядь.
Нави тоже наши, ёпта.
Нави украинцы, блядь. Видел, знаю, он по-английски говорит. Они из Украины, блядь.
Ну, он по-русски разговаривал на превьюшке. Все русские, 2 команды русские, Нави и Твист.
See, there we go. I think we might have fixed it that time. There we go. All right, so you heard it coming out from the players themselves. It's one of those if you're not first, you're last kind of mindsets coming out. And everybody else was so serious and so dark. And then there's 17 that's just like, nah, and having a big laugh about it, having fun. Because, let's be honest, they had a great day yesterday. And a big part of that was Lil Ghost, who was putting up some big numbers.
No, he's absolutely insane.
Это не русский флаг.
Clearly showcasing what he's capable of on the biggest stages, that he is indeed one of the best in the world. And of course, I mean, we got to talk about Show. I mean, he has said, and we confirmed it with him, this is it. He's done after this. This is the final act for Show. Oh, yeah. It all ends here. So, I mean, it's really exciting to see him, a team, you know, he's been on a team that's been perennially 2nd place or 3rd place, you know, never quite able to overtop, not just in his region, but globally as well at the PCSs and PCLs. So this is their opportunity to kind of really put their stamp on history.
I mean, the desk was talking about it, and we were kind of talking about it some yesterday. There's a lot of teams that are here right now that are finding their opportunity. And for a player like Show, this is something that he's been around for so long. This is the dream, and now it is finally potentially attainable. The issue is, yesterday was a
Давайте уже начинайте, сука, с 3 часов, бля, уже час, нахуй, слышишь? Дрочат, бля. Все, начинается. Старт гейм, погнали, ну.
This stage with these players, it is going to be so hard. Here, the audience coming alive because we are moving into our first game of the day, and it is going to be on the sandy dunes of Miramar.
Гранд-финал, матч 6, погнали.
Let's get it. Miramar to start. Plane path right over Campo Militar, cutting through to Los Leones. And
yeah,
this one's a little bit on the eastern side of things, so you know, sometimes on the outside of San Martin or things like that, there might be a little bit of scuffling for vehicles. We'll see, or maybe around the west of Picado, but
так, Нави, двое туда, двое сюда.
Exactly how the teams want to, you know, go for their alternate drop spots if you're one of the western looting teams.
Going back into our discussion about 17.
Да, как бы капитан Нави не умер там. Егорик. Егорик.
Чё, блядь?
Давай с тобой как это, профессиональные комментаторы.
Я и так уже профессионал. Я его и так описываю. 18-й, во, вообще красавчик. Вместе все держатся, ебать. И заберут победу, нахуй. А?
Я тебя прибавил очень сильно.
Заберут матч, нахуй, у них. будут ебать. У них нет никаких разлетов, еб.
Почему один, видишь, у них куда прыгнул? У Церберов тоже, видишь, куда они все прыгнули?
Так они на карте, они вместе, ебать. Раз, два, три, четыре. Они 4 на одной дороге импалу заняли, еб. И зона там как раз.
Не, они потом, вот смотри, ЮУ. Видишь,
Твисты, они опять на свою позицию прыгнули. 17-й опять в пикадо воюют, ебать. Пикадо заняли, еб.
Сейчас замесик был.
Каски нету, блядь. Уходит, пытается уйти.
Антропики против ОР. ОП. Ебать, 20 очков разница. Ёбаный стыд.
Вчера последний они топчик заняли, 5 Йорин накинуло.
Пиздец, нахуй. 20 очков. Молодцы, ебать, сразу нахуй. Вырвались нахуй. Посмотрим, как сегодня день закончится. Не, ну сейчас 3 поднят этого песчанки, да?
Я не чекал. Я не посмотрел, 3 песчанки, либо нет.
Вчера 3 было эти, сейчас, значит, 3 рангеля.
Возможно, 2 таких, 3 таких. Ну, твисты сразу заняли на свое место.
I think we can play better, and I'm happy to be here. And it's a very good feeling to play these interesting games. It's a little bit hard have a long chill, but we have individual trainings, we have team analytics, so...
Сложно по-английски им разговаривать.
Yes, of course, it's our car. We will show our best game.
Ну, разлет хороший пока. У твистов тоже. Они твисты на свое место прыгнули за пикадой сюда на H.
Эктикс. Эх.
Ну, видишь, у твистов 17-й тоже едет.
Угу.
Но он к своим, мне кажется, едет.
Не факт. Можешь просто чекать.
Хули им чекать, когда они в зоне, ёпт. Они прям в центре зоны были.
Ну, у него, видишь, только минька, ему эмку надо найти. Ну, один проехал, 3 за ним теперь едут. Походу. Они не в зоне, вон они в зону только едут.
А, они же из пикада, ёпт. Все, тупанул. Они же пикада прыгали. This is going to be these 4 teams that are at the top. They're going to end today maybe 20 points ahead. You know, whoever's in that 4th place to 5th place is going to be like a 20-point gap. We'll see if he's right. You never know, but you know, there's a lot of confidence there in those top 4 teams, and rightly so.
I mean, we were seeing them repeatedly yesterday.
Ну тут мочь, конечно, такой себе, на. На нем сам быстро высаживает, что у них баги, ебать.
Так, Нави, ну Нави в зоне.
У Нави пока все хорошо. СКС-ка.
О, Сэм 24. Мал.
Ну вот, калашик сейчас подымет.
Николаш, берил.
Берил. На 7-очку заберет. Вообще будет шикарно. Вообще все в шоколаде у них. Пока что. Чекают. С миника. Миник М-ка сам то понимает, что там есть, походу. Что там есть враги, сейчас будут чекать.
Твист поехал один. 3 Йоха тянут.
Я не знаю, зачем
Яха.
твисты зачем поделились.
Твист вон один, что-то он завис, нахуй, как бы его сейчас тут нахуй не приняли.
Как варик. Если примут, то пиздец будет.
Твист тоже один бежит.
Ну он тачку, наверное, чекает. Но вот здесь, видишь, к нему едут прям.
Normal. A lot of times they're kind of riding in right with the blue, but because the circle positioning a little bit closer to their drop spot, they're able to get there a little bit ahead of time.
Главное дело не дать 17-м оторваться, на. Оторвутся, пиздец будет долгий.
Ну да, если еще пару топов возьмут, пизда будет.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Первый фраг.
Цепанул, выцепил.
Могут успеть поднять. К нему там едет свой. Да, поднимет.
People are getting punished for taking all this space because everybody's trying to take the space. So they're, you know, they're kind of like these solo players are butting heads.
Чуть-чуть не хватило добить его.
А там, видишь, те заходят.
Ну да, пока там поднимают, здесь можно запушить. Ну, опять нокнули. Тачка прикроет.
Стройки видел, заебашил.
С такого расстояния.
Строечки, ебать. Тройка зарешала, на.
Not in a position to fight against the Expendables, especially with Levise's flank here on the edge. I mean, Hikari's just holding, and the longer he's here, the worse this gets. I mean, the Expendables don't have anything to lose in this fight.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Нет.
Да, понеслась мясо.
At least managed to connect onto Levis, but that's going to be from somewhere in time.
That was his teammate. That was Duck Juice.
I was trying to get excited for Freaks,
Обходит.
but no. Well, hey,
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Нормально.
ТЕшников опять положили нахуй. И так на последнем месте нахуй.
Salvage something out of that fight, but not a good start for either team as Shinboy and Yao have squared up with the overpeakers. Already one knock onto Jeems. The grenade barrage going to come out. Looks like it's going to go a bit wide to find any follow-up damage.
Now Sparking is going to be trying to make the push into this one. He's got to be careful with that hillside. Might get some more vision. Got to be careful making these peaks up over.
Ехи под шумок заходят, на.
Now going to land right on top of the overpeakers, get some more damage to them. But now overpeakers,
да, Йохи скатились на 11 место
their life so far as they've been having a lot of fights in the early section, usually taking a casualty, and then have somebody that kind of like limps in
это хуйня, все хуйня. Даже кто сейчас на 10 месте, они могут вырваться в топ. Как Нави тогда, да.
Exactly. And so, you know, the recovery, the damage control is really good. It's just some of these early situations they find themselves in are usually not the best. They often are losing. It's been Jeems typically early, or Jeems is like, you know, kind of stuck on his own.
Сейчас фейзов высаживать будут.
Yeah, I mean, you have high hopes with them with the individual abilities. Of course, Cliv, Vard, those guys are just absolutely cracked out of their minds.
Либо фризы будут высаживать.
They did get the res onto Levise, but you know, they're stuck. There isn't a lot of
Зашел,
escape that.
С горы могут покидать по ТЕшкам фейзы. Нави все заебись. Вести катят. Сбреют они на ходу этого числа?
Да не.
Сбрили. 17-го. Сейчас минус 17 будет.
That's huge.
Да.
He's done. There's no way anybody's getting to him.
Минус 1.
Quick flash. Perfect is like no chance. Not
А ты говоришь, нахуй. Вон они поделились и сдохли, нахуй. Один сдох. Бля, вот этот что, не видит, что ли, этих ТЕшников?
You don't want to see that with the way he was playing yesterday, with the way he was just absolutely barnstorming these lobbies.
So much of the way that we see 17 play is based off of his playstyle. Like him just being able to unlock the doors for how they want to move forward. So now
Опа, смотри. 3 в 2.
And it looks like it's going to be a retreat to the Labandita.
Сейчас положит нахуй, смотри.
Hoping for a southern shift. It can still happen. There's still a bit of playable space down there. As now we still have Overpeakers and Yahoo just exchanging bullets without much in return.
Единственное, что они могут кидать со всех сторон. Опа, опа.
This one's tough because nobody can really commit to this fight, and that's actually this might be the go for OP with that knock from Solalzi from range.
Solalzi положил одного. Сейчас эти будут атачить по-любому.
Trying to stretch in, and it looks like okay, maybe we can make a move back into this dip.
Ну, Грены где, блядь?
Get into resible positions already. Sparking's playing very far back, and man, long range shots coming up big already. God, can he hit it again? I wanted to see that.
Yeah, that's about 550 meters away or so for Solalzi, that knock.
Грены тоже не закинули, блядь.
So, you know, those bolts, that's why they're scary. You never know when they're just going to find your head, and you know, the best of the best are quite good at making them connect. So you can see Yoho still scrambling. They've got the res, and again, this fight is very like precarious because there's a lot of teams that can see it. There's a lot of teams that can see what's going on, so it's really hard for either team to really commit to a fight.
I mean, you can see what's going on there. Yoho is just trying to like figure out some way to get their feet back under him. Overpeakers wants to peek it, but then they can't. So it's just creating this set of issues where really they want to just wipe the other person out.
Он накатиком сразу на крышу сел.
That's absolutely nasty.
И снял в голову нахуй.
Just riding the buggy down the hill, gets in the back seat and just pops
Да, я вижу.
little ghost. I mean, that's the kind of
Поездов одного нокнули.
Я вижу.
We've got two different stories that could be going on as the next circle is about to pop. We still have a lot of the Impala fields that are in play, and fields have been kind of a theme, at least between you and I.
Эти так и сидят за контейнером.
So it leans into the south. That means the fact that territory is going to be very hard to claim. If it does stay in the north, most of the teams not going to have to move, and definitely much more comfortable.
Сейчас смотри, будет замес от этой. Нокнут, нет?
Не хочет пока.
Чекает, наверное, либо ждет остановочки, чтобы на верочку забрать. Ой-ой-ой. Вообще не летит.
Нави, надо объединяться, там твисты, бля, могут подкатить. Твисты едут на ЕУ, да? Нет, развернулись. А, развернулись, свои кемпы, наверное, опять сядут. Да, свои кемпы сядут. Команд не взял.
17 едут, 17-е. Главное дело 17-х закрыть.
Смотри, ищет.
Nigh unbeatable compound if somebody controls it. It is extremely difficult to crash it.
Two teams that still do not want to fight each other, but right next to each other. It looks like Freaks are going to be more active inside, as some of our rotations are starting to pop off.
2 в 2 хотят.
Or something else happen while we're watching what's going to be going on here, as we do have Yahardi making their rotation. We have QM taking some shots. And it looks like we have Levis that was trying to prep that one out. He's going to go ahead and flush himself out. And now can we get anything more with it? Freaks do at least manage to take down the Expendables and get control over this territory.
Yeah, 4 kills is pretty good here for the Freaks. You only lose 1 in the process of kind of a fight that you didn't want to take. That kind of started with the knock and snowballed into, you know, the Expendables trying to capitalize on that. But they have their rotation to make. They're probably going to have to try to come in from the north side. That's about the only area that has any open space, and we'll see. Tropic has a long road.
Вот твисты, видишь, килл сделали. КДФ 4 забрала те команду. Но те уже не подымутся, если они сегодня вот сейчас еще одну игру проебут, можно домой сразу ехать. Ну, либо фидить просто, заезжать, фидить, отдавать.
Не, ну 1-2 катки нормально отыграть, они в середину списка могут.
Вон, смотри, из Йоха нокнул на 5 до нового.
Двоих.
Одного.
Двоих, блядь. Добил, видать, кто-то другой. Я не успел почекнуть. Двоих нету, Йох.
Смотри, залетит, не залетит от на... А это от кого? От этого смотрим. Посмотрим, залетает.
Так, фейзы поднялись. Один пешком без них.
Hikari already doing some harassment as it is FaZe that is in a gatekeeping position. Now Freaks backs against that blue wall. Got to figure out where they're wanting to go. We also have a fight that's starting to brew down in the south, where it looks like Question Mark is going to be moving into
Так,
TMA.
кстати, яйца там варятся. Забыл про них.
The Freaks are going to have to chew through some blue as FaZe is loading up, and you know the Freaks are kind of watching to probably try to backfill wherever FaZe goes. Here's that fight you were just mentioning. QM a little bit above TMA here. There's kind of a valley in the middle of all of this, so.
And Navi's not gonna let this fight happen. They're pinning everybody.
A wild card as well. Again, if there's some shots, maybe they get involved. But yeah, Navi is definitely keen to just make his, you know, make.
Нави, высадят, нет?
I mean, we can see everything in this because of, you know, we got the spectator.
Нихуя не высадили.
Navi can just see everything because of their position right now. And
вообще не летят, походу. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Да, Нави высадил одного.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been disgusting all tournament, and they continue to just rain terror upon all the other teams. Hobbit's really weak to the blue, and he's going to go down. He can't, he doesn't have enough time.
Смотрим.
Answers the question for him and takes him down.
Увидим
With this,
сейчас.
the Freaks have also decided that they don't want to deal with FaZe and are now coming down into the south, and looks like they could be rolling pretty close to this neighborhood. We'll have to see if they continue to path down into the fields itself. We still have a doozy that is up, looking down into TMA's position. Gonna hit a nice nade onto it. Now, what are they going to try to do? With the lower numbers, it looks like they're just trying to reset. Freaks still hear this, and they're still hanging out blue right now. We also do have FaZe that did move forward, but are very close to Danawa, and that could be a fight that's going on any second.
Yeah, the Freaks here have to make a move, and they've got QM on the bad side of a hill out in the open, able to find a knock. Little help from Yuppie as well. Dante trying to fortify the lines, throwing some smokes to try to cover this res onto Phil first, putting some shots down into TMA to keep them honest, but this is getting pretty dangerous.
Забирают. Не знаю, смотрим, залетит, нет.
This is just mutually assured destruction. Whenever we talk about it all the time.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Lulu tries to go for some shots, but it's gonna be a COD that gets the knock on to two rolling through there. Trying to at least use a key of bullets to find some way
сегодня, когда я что-то смотрю, показывать начинает. За зоной у них один. Добивает. 5 киллов уже они сделали.
Так, ну что, у нас матч продолжается, мы с Егориком комментируем.
КДФ, смотри, ебашут сегодня, вообще на изи, уже 5 забрали нахуй. Вообще у них четенько все так выходит, грамотно.
7.
А уже вот 7, пока тебе говорил, 5 было у них. Но они вдвоем остались.
Ну, повезло просто, я бы
Просто вообще сейчас так выглядишь, блядь. Миша, 17 одного забрали. Нормально.
17?
Да, из 17 одного убили.
Да давно уже, блин. Бам, еще грен. Летит, смотри. Бам! Ну это прям фартануло, ебать.
Прям над головой взорвалась.
Площадь поражения больше в таком случае.
Ой-ой-ой.
Опа-опа.
Под шумок. Под шумок эти идут.
Двое нокнутых, надо забирать.
And they can't make too much of a move because they have overpickers just to the south of them, with the circle now pretty much favoring Yoho's position right on top of their hillside. All those fights that we were watching a second ago with Question Mark now also have to be very careful, as it's going to be Hikari and the Freaks that are moving very, very close. It looks like they want to.
Смотри, КДФ может забрать сейчас своем.
Так, там Нави пушит Церберов. Минус Химос. Второй фраг для Нави в этом матче.
Да не показывают, тут видишь, вот такие замесы показывают, а там на дальнике веткера, сейчас может на повторе посмотрим.
Не показывают, я так вижу.
Так я тоже вижу, что он фраг. Счет 1. Третий фраг у Нави.
Это они уже КДФ. Минус КДФ убили. Один КДФ остался. Так, 17 тут кружит возле твистов. Так, КДФ либо забирают сейчас, смотри. И... Блядь, Децл. Ой-ой-ой, опасно, опасно. Двоих может забрать. Да, забирает двоих. Получается 9 фрагов уже.
Видишь, как они ебашат? А были на предпоследнем месте. Если так пойдут по 9 фрагов, они тогда гонят топчик, даже если брать не будут.
Так, Нави, тем временем. Еще фраг. Еще фраг. 2 фрага разъебали, Цейзов. Церберов разъебали, Нави. 6 фрагов уже у Нави. Ну это их карта.
Ну, зона у них. Там к твистам, смотри, подъезжает. Сейчас минус 1 твист может быть.
Вытекает там Лукарос с команды EQ.
И все его забрали. Но сейчас зона будет решающая, вот это.
Йохам уйдет, да, Нави надо либо под гору, наверное, противоположно.
Сейчас будут переходить.
Сейчас Детрей будут допушивать EQ.
Нави по Детреям работает.
Those grenades not finding any damage for Nurens, and I should say Daytrade doesn't usually get a lot of kills early. They can get a lot of kills. I should make sure I clarify that. A good spray around the corner by Nurens, and he's gonna hold it down. He saw another member in there. Clips into QBE a little bit. QBE trying to watch the edge of this smoke. Stuns are out on both sides, though. He should be done to right. Yeah, he's just done.
Детрей, мое почтение, минус 2.
Твисты сразу под шумок подтягиваются.
Там еще и Нави могут покидать немного. Двое нокнутых. Там Экзимпл пытается стрелять.
Понимает, что надо сейчас чутка, наверное, твистам отойти.
17 скидывают гранаты впустую, думая, что там враг.
Ну, Нави подошли, кстати, к зоне. Смотри, через холмик обошли. Ну, у них КДФ сзади. Может, сейчас им навредить.
Ой-ой-ой. Сейчас будет что-то хуёвое. Сука, он один живет и такую хуйню мутит. Так, команда Данава отправляется в ТВ.
Ты глянь, он там. У 17-х ног один.
КДФ убили.
Ну, Нави так все нокнуто и лежит пока.
Ой-ой-ой. Так мало урона нанесло.
Повтор гранаты сейчас будет, наверное. Нет.
Не, пиздец. Так, Нави все поднялись.
А, закрыли, убили, все.
Один остался. Так, нокает. И убивает. Второй фраг до 17. Сейчас будут пушить. Второго нокает. Он убил троих! Всю тиму. Хорош. Плюс 3 фрага, ебать.
Сразу сейчас очков навалят. Там, если один убиваешь Тиму, там тоже очки даются.
Ну, было 2, стало 5. Троих он убил.
И видишь, они Тиму закрыли, у них было 72 очка.
Так,
сейчас
Нави
79.
Сейчас будет еще. А, у них спиздили фраг. И Убаха еще нокнули. Им надо закрывать вот этого и Йоха последнего. Блядь, будет поднимать, а там Никос хочет запушить в этот момент. Взял, относит.
Вот, смотри повтор. Внизу, как он склад закрыл, один этот закрыл. Соляну.
Я видел и так, как он их убил.
И все, и сразу у них еще 2 или 3 очка дали ему за то, что Соляну закрыл.
Да нет, блин. Все правильно, там было 2, стало 5. Так, Нави подняли, слава богу. 4 в 4 остались.
Две русские, сука, команды остались.
Да, но у Нави позиция хуже. Твисты все это заняли. Всю зону.
You know, you never know with Na'Vi. I mean, the firepower on that team is absolutely outrageous.
This is a game for Na'Vi to try to catch up to 17, but Twisted Minds wants this so badly because they can finally step in and maybe try to catch up to what's going on with Na'Vi. You know that there's a rivalry that's starting to brew between these guys. While they are close and they are friends, there is going to be, at the end of the day, who's going to walk away with it, and they both want it bad. Na'Vi back up against the wall, still just trying to cling to life as we're still in circle 7. Throwables now coming down, so with that high ground advantage, seeing if maybe they can hit it over the hillside, but doesn't connect.
Сейчас столько его перекидает. Надо один ног всего лишь сделать, чтобы, блядь, преимущество было.
They're going to start pushing up and over the hill. In fact, Batu's going to make a brief rotation here to change angles to get to safety.
Так, трое кроют, один стоит.
Слепу готовят.
Нельзя вылазить, нельзя вылазить. Хорош! А, ну куда ты их зипал, блядь? Пушьте его нахуй. Сука, 8 хп, блядь. Еще нахуй.
Finally getting a knock after a massive exchange of bullets. Everybody has to step away for a second. It's Twisted Mind still
Мэл хорош. Отлично. Сейчас можно поднять.
Lou still manages to get a knock as well. So Mel, the last one up, trying to see if maybe he can win this 1v2. But the zone is going to be coming in. He has got to figure out how he's going to navigate it. The press now starting to come up as Twisted Minds trying to lean in. Information now coming up, and it's gonna be Twisted Minds.
Твисты забрали.
Twisted Minds.
Ну, они в зоне были.
Сейчас или догонят, или даже обгонят.
Challenging for Twisted Minds, who definitely had a positional advantage.
They was so that firefight that went on for like at least a good solid 10 seconds, where there was just damage exchange, but nobody going down, just shows how.
Бля, для Нави шанс был реальный, но они и так нихуево накидали по киллам в этом матче. Они приблизились сейчас к 17.
Ну да, нормально. И сейчас и твисты тоже догнали.
you know, from some insane shots from Uva, that kind of 3-1 split they had, you know, relying on Perfectix, relying on his unbelievable raw firepower that he can put out, just beautifully handled by Twisted Minds.
I mean, we're seeing the usual suspects yet again, though, up at the top of it, still trying to survive. I also want to give a massive shout out to Akkad.
Yeah,
he had a good game. That was a big set of plays just to try to climb up that leaderboard. This is going to be wild as it feels like, yes, we might be starting to get a tighter race. Desk, where are we sitting there?
Well, we're sitting on the big two, continuing to chug down the pipe. Twisted Minds saw how 17 ended yesterday and was not interested in letting it stand as they come out and take an amazing match number one. My name's Hafiz. I am joined by Toby.
Я тут по-русски говорить в совершенстве. Twisted.
It's more of the same.
It really is. The same three teams that sat here in the top coming into this day, continuing to rack up additional points and in fashion too. 17 having to play on the edge, knowing exactly how to deal with that. And then when we see the two giants of VMEA go up against one another, it was impossible to call the victor until the final ball was shot.
And especially in this case here, Twisted Minds, they remembered the game that Navi had from these shanties here. They were like, we gotta get that. We saw Haolu drive-fying in, Lil Ghost taking it by force away from 17 Gaming. 17 Gaming obviously wanted this. They also remember the Navi game. Then did close, and we have some tendencies where we have some similar games. Then in exactly the same place, but still, with how all the settings are working and stuff, they know this is going to be such a power spot, especially for the... I'm impressed with Navi, though. I gotta say, they were able to hold the jungle. There's so many points you can kind of enter that, and they were able to hold that, get in, and get all 4 members into the last fight.
The important thing about how they held jungle was the fact that they didn't really play jungle in the end of it. They sent 2 people or 3 people out to backfill. They leave Example alone, solo player to try and maintain control of the entirety of Day Trade on the left-hand side. Really, really impressive playing coming through from start to finish. And then the push over the edge, in the end of it, almost brought it home.
And also, we got to give it to Xiaowu. Honestly, that wipe onto E United, that was insane. He was able to hold it down without that much cover, and they pushed in first 1 guy, then 2 guys, and they took all 3 of them down in the end there.
So congratulations to Twisted Minds as they come out with a big win, though I will say, for the second time in 6 games, we saw Navi push into second to first place, but doing so with almost no resources. I think we saw Mel at the end of that match had 5 rounds left in the chamber.
I mean, it's again one of those games where, yes, Navi get gifted circles towards jungle for a while, but they never take any fights early. They never take any fights in an area of the map where they can actually loot off of the kills they're given. So they shoot at everything, but never have a chance to really get looted back on up.
And while Twisted Minds does take the win, it is the usual suspects continuing to show up at the top.
Yeah, honestly, I love it when it's, you know, the second and third spot fighting to try to catch on and latch onto that top and number 1 spot right now. Even though 17 Gaming, yes, they did well, it's the teams that we've been seeing all of yesterday continue to do extremely well here. Not that much damage coming from 17, but still, they were playing well into the northern side. They held on well to them, and then a huge clutch from Xiaowu to manage to get them top 4 and get them 4 spots of points.
Again, just a show of even when 17 has what could for other teams be a bad game, they know we're coming in with 1 place to go. Everyone's going to know exactly where we're going, but that's not going to allow for us to let them take us down.
Okay, we saw incredible plays. We'll take a look back at a little more of how that happened, but I want to dig a little deeper, give you guys a chance to explain something to me. When that circle popped, Navi was in the middle of it, and I heard you say it's the jungle, though. It's hard to play out of there. Why is that such a difficult process, and how did they do it the right way?
First of all, when you have jungle, there's so many kind of points of entry on the west side, on the south side, on the east side. You can kind of send a lot of players and teams up kind of on both sides. So even 2 teams, one on the east side, southeast side, one on the southwest side, can at the same time attack Navi. They managed to defend well on the southeast side. They identified this is going to be where we're going to be expecting the most teams, and then they're going to be able to get out of the jungle on the eastern side and then get onto this fight and this high ground that they eventually fought Twisted Minds on here. Big shout out to Perfectix for being the front man, making sure he got a few knocks. Unfortunately, he did get flushed in the end, but
I mean, this is just the playstyle of Twisted Minds, right? Instantly want to see Perfectix lie up on that ridgeline. I think back to the game they win next to Los Leones against against Sonics in the group stages in a situation where Sonics pretty much had it, but there comes Perfectix up close over the hilltop to deal with them, and same thing here, doing so much damage before he goes down.
And 3 wins in 6 games here for Twisted Minds. It's insane. Almost back to back to back if it wasn't for the, you know, the 9th place and 4 kills. Still insane. 3 out of 4 in a row. And to start the day like this is going to be super scary for all the other teams.
Well, let's take a look at the winner's focus and 4 pictures that we have been focusing on an awful lot in this grand final so far. Lou with 500 damage, but Perfectix, it's only 3 kills, but almost 800 damage. That means he's getting involved with everything.
Oh, no doubt. He is by far one of the heavy hitters on the team, and here is no different. Impressive to me, not only, of course, they come out victorious in the game, but how they play the mid-game when they try to maintain control of both Entropic initially, but then Daytrade as well. You can see they never overcommit to that fight down the valley. Even though, guys, we have 3 kills down here, they know we have a hungry 17 set on the hillside. Perfectix is the only player trying to maintain control of them, but they managed to deal with them anyway.
Let's check in with the overall leaderboard. 17 Gaming, despite the chicken dinner deficit, is still in first place with 80, and Twisted Minds won, but the gap continues to be difficult to close.
Yeah, it's difficult, but if they continue, it's gonna be good. But still, only 1 point different for Na'Vi and Twisted Minds right now, and it tells a huge story that you're able to still be in the lead despite of one team having won half of the games. Twisted Minds, of course, 17 have won 2, but still the performance in the other games are just so on point. Their worst placement so far in 6 games is a 5th place with 3 kills.
I mean, the
that
drop-off
is insane.
The drop-off
is
from
ridiculous.
3rd down through 5th is like that's a doubling of points. 6 games, and this is completely absurd.
I mean, this is terrifying for the rest of the teams. This is we're playing 4 days of matches, and after game 1 of day 2, 17 Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, they're the boogeyman. I'm terrified of what they're going to do next.
And the other thing as well, right now, if you're looking at the right side of the leaderboard, right, every placement in the bottom is $5,000 extra. One good game, you could jump up $20,000, $30,000 just one game.
It does feel though you got those mid-tier. You don't want to be the best of the rest. You want to get that podium.
Just one
and
game.
To be honest, those 3 on top seem ungettable.
From 14th through 5th is 14 points.
Yeah, exactly.
That is an easy grab for a team coming off with a good game, and I mean, it's going to continue like this if we're going this way with the leaderboards going the way they are right now.
Let's see if it does, in fact, continue like this. We are going to head over to the bad lads of PUBG. It is paper thin.
Ты здесь, Сергей? Без перерыва сразу вторая карта стартует.
Game 1 was wild now. Hopefully we're going to see some continuation. As you can see, crowd's starting to get wild. The players are also starting to get a little bit more of their vibe going. You can tell who's got the groove and who's starting to assert dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of people expected that these 4 teams were all contenders that are at the top right now, and they have certainly proved it. And, you know, as good as Twisted Minds have been, it's just 17 is...
Так, ну что, начинается второй матч.
Без перерывов. Yesterday that, you know, on Erangel, 17 was averaging like 12 points a game or something like that. On Miramar, it was like 4.3 or something. Now 17 Gaming is putting up points on Miramar. Now they're playing good on Miramar. I mean, 9 points for them. That you'll take that every day. Every day of the week, you take a 9-point game if you can find it. Of course, you'd like to get bigger, but this has got to scare everybody because we go back to Erangel eventually. You know, yeah, today's 3 games of Miramar, 2 games Erangel, but you know the way that 17 is playing is. It's definitely got to, you know,
один КДФ улетел, не меня.
United tried to do something about it.
That's the whole thing is I was about to say, sure, okay. Getting 9 points, still going to be happy about it, but also getting a 1v3 against who's in 4th place.
It feels just, it feels good.
That one's some morale. You thought that they were confident beforehand, now it's just going to get worse. I also do want to give a shout out to Mel as well, who's presently tied with Simple for like 14
Видишь, как капитан у них зелененьким подсвечивается.
Yeah, again, the firepower is insane, and Alia is top 5 for damage right now for Na'Vi, along with Example. I mean, this
капитаны, видишь, зелененьким
подсвечиваются. I mean, we all know Uba, we all know Example. These guys are just в этом столбике.
Нет, вообще человек сам зелененький.
This is just a phenomenal team, a beautiful team to watch. Just the way that they are able to just instantly turn fights on their heads, just win fights cleanly and efficiently. You know,
Опа, смотри-ка.
It's a really challenging position for them, and they still made it extremely difficult for.
You don't even have a gun, buddy.
What is happening here?
Oh, he closes the door.
Ой-ой-ой, ошибочка от КДФ.
Okay, well, it is going to be Freaks that got the better side of it last time, but it's going to be Levi's that manages to pick up the first blood this time.
Забрал нахуй.
Well, that happened. I mean, I don't know what else to say. That's just. Yeah, I have to assume.
That's the Freaks, man. That's all you
can
say.
Well, I mean, I have to assume that this is a coaching thing where they said this compound's usually left open. Let's see if we can grab it. And in this case, it was not, and they paid the price for it. So, or maybe they thought the chute dropped. You know, they saw the parachute, they thought it dropped somewhere else. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Like you were talking about in the previous game, Akkad had a big one. Mel had a huge game. Nikos again with 5 kills. You know, even though Wildcard was not there at the end of the game, you know, they were still taking some good fights, some good damage in the kind of mid part of it.
I feel bad for the mid teams because they're actually keeping up a pretty decent points per game given everything that's going on. It's just, how do you deal with the insanity that these top teams are bringing out? This is just absolutely ridiculous, PPG.
Yeah, no, I like that you bring up points per game here because that's actually something that's been on my mind coming into today, is that typically if you're averaging around 10, 11 points a game in PUBG, you're probably winning the event.
You're
or at
dominating.
Least, you're probably winning the event, if not really close in a fight for first. We've got 3 teams that are doing that right now, that are averaging more
Twisted
than that.
Minds is averaging what, 11 points per game and is holding on to 3rd.
Yeah, that's insane.
Why?
That is insane. That just like it doesn't happen very much, and so it just goes to show you the caliber of these teams, what it means to them, how hard they're fighting, how much prep they put in. It's beautiful. It's wonderful to watch. Like, I know like some people might be sitting here going, oh well, you know, it's just like a 3 or 4 team race or whatever. This is awesome. I mean, to me, this is like the best of the best, showing you that they are the best and they're out for blood and they are out to prove it.
I also just want to point out, caster math can sometimes be good. That was off the top of my head. See, look, we're not always bad at the math.
Yeah, I mean, I don't often put my physics degree to
Егор.
good use, but every once in a while in cast it comes through.
Егор.
Go ahead and give us some, like, the physics on the bullet drop and everything else like that.
No, I can't explain that off the top of my head. I mean, I understand it when I shoot in the game, but I couldn't exactly tell you the exact dynamics. Like, I know about how far, for example, a Car 98, you can, you know, aim right at the area you want before it starts to drop, before you have to start accounting for bullet drop, but I don't know the math on it.
How far can Kickstart go whenever he jumps off of this before he's going to fall to his death?
To the lobby.
To the lobby? Okay.
That's
gotcha.
how far you can go.
Hit that terminal velocity real quick. E United, just get information. This is where E United tends to have success, but we also see a high ground fight being very, very common between E United and 17. 17 just sometimes tends to get, well, I'd say more often than not, tends to get there first, and then really just asserts control onto it. And we often talk about the advantages in high ground and what you can do with that in PUBG, but the race is kind of starting to be on for those positions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, teams are going to identify priority positions in a circle like this that's centered on Hacienda. They're looking for stuff around Hacienda, right? Like, because eventually this is going to have to remove the San Martin Mountains to the south of San Martin. Eventually those are going to get removed because of land ratio. Most of the time, not always. Again, I'm talking in, you know, what is likely to happen. You know, and we see circles end around Hacienda. There is some land ratio terrain around Hacienda proper, but
it just definitely prefers water treatment instead. Yeah.
It likes the area to the west of water treatment a little bit too much for my taste. But yeah, you're right. Absolutely. It's, you know, you rarely get circles inside of water treatment, but there can be some to the south, to the west of it for sure. Danawa just you know, coming out of Chumasera up towards the northern edge. I mean, Danawa here is relying very heavily on kill points. I mean, they're a team that I think some people think could have maybe been one of those teams in the conversation. Cerberus, not again. They just got wiped by Na'Vi last game. And it's a bus. Oh my god.
Bus gets banged, but does spin back
around. 1 хп, сука.
HP survival.
Are you kidding me, Salalzi? I mean, Uba just hit some absolute nasty shots in the opening of that, and Himas is actually going to get snagged away by Snakers. So Uba and Na'Vi here, it looked like they had Cerberus kind of trapped and dead to rights, but Isaki has an angle on example.
But suddenly Na'Vi not feeling too good off of it. E United also realizing what's going on, using that high ground and absolutely trying to rein it in. Vengeance now trying to come out. You got to be careful with those peaks. It's going to be Tycon. We know the fact that he can make some big plays. Can he pull it off? Goes for the spray, and he's going to go down. Does get some damage, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi might be able to stabilize here. They really want this res, but Isaki tries to spray it down. He can't find any damage. That is going to at least prevent the res. Onto example, a grenade is out. It's not going to catch anybody from Na'Vi as it went wide, and all of Na'Vi retreated to the safety of the
The dirge of Cerberus bringing
Пиздец, она
Na'Vi down
именно
to their
сдувала.
level.
Куда ходил?
Not expecting anything coming out of this
Воду
one. So
включал.
now Na'Vi going to have to make sure that they hold down and figure out what they can do. United still trying to exploit this high ground really is going to mitigate any movement.
Я, короче, Симагаши грызу сижу.
It looks like Entropic is going to move over next to Isaki and the chaos that Cerberus could bring.
I mean, United is
Эти сюда под шумок тоже подлетают.
thrilled to watch this fight.
Да, хуёво, Нави минус 2.
2
фрага.
Going out, or not going out, but losing too early is definitely got them, you know, licking their lips a bit. As you know, Snakers took some damage from. I have to assume that's TMA out at the distance. They're the only ones
Размен на самом деле 2-2. Они вчетвером потом могли бы больше фрагов намного сделать. Теперь вдвоем нихуя не делают особо.
Ой-ой-ой, высадили как.
Hey, Overpeaker's getting a first kill on this one, and so we do have to point out that he is down as the trend does continue, but I have to give it to Overpeakers. They are still holding down 7th, even with this early casualty here or there. We were kind of talking about their damage control capabilities. They just know how to navigate these circles and find a way to scrap together some points.
Yeah, and I mean, we all know that the Overpeakers are going to be disbanding as a team after this event, but still, I think there's so much potential there with their players, and like you're saying, I mean, if they just could kind of stabilize in the early game a little bit, they could be making a real run for things.
I mean, you name yourself Overpeakers. Don't you have to kind of commit to it?
I mean, it felt like they did at the beginning of the event. Like, they put up some huge days at the very beginning. Just absolutely pop it off.
Good. If you're over-peaking, that means that you're getting shot, right?
Well, I mean, I suppose. I guess I'd have to go back and look at their damage taken numbers to see if they really are living up to their names or not.
They've got kind of this area down to the south, just to the west.
Будет тяжко, ну ничего же. Сколько что сделают теперь? Машину загнал в сарай. Этот сюда поставил. Нормально, нормально.
Машины прячут всегда на.
Хуй знает где в зону, в каких ебенях будет, блядь.
Kind of around United because of their high ground, but there isn't a lot going on here.
I gotta pour one out for everybody that has Smell on their fantasy team with the change out that's happened right here. So, I know he was cheap, and I know a lot of people were leaning on him so that way they could pick up some of the more expensive people. So, I feel your pain. It happened to me over at Nations Cup. But now looking in, next circle is going to be popping in just a few seconds.
К Нави едут.
Your fantasy team just didn't smell right to me.
Oh, man, that's I'm not.
И тройником едут, нет? Развернулись? Да, развернулись.
That's like I usually go for some low-hanging fruit.
Well, I gotta
Нави уезжают.
Man. Like you guys are definitely
Тягиваются в центр.
I'm finally in Toffee's category.
You're getting close. You're not there.
4 команды едут одновременно.
But he's in a league of his own.
It is true.
Как бы сейчас за месяца не было.
More as we still keep Minas Generalis. We do have Death Star Trench into the north that's in play. So this area is being. I really like seeing fights over here. As Navi, I don't know if you're gonna really like this fight. It's gonna be happening.
Ай-яй-яй, блядь.
Looking in, seeing if maybe they can survive through. One goes down.
Блядь, ну проехайте вы дальше. Нахуй сюда приехали, блядь.
Okay, I mean that's everybody. Below them is definitely smiling, and 17 as well. So one of our heavy threats out
Косячок,
early.
блядь, косячок.
Snickers and United still in the center of this, so they're going to have all the information in the world. But this 2-2 split, it does become a little bit worrisome for me here, Matrim, and maybe even this circle, depending on how aggressive teams want to get, if they can recognize that it's 2 members separated.
17 is also coming into Minas. This is this is everything that I could potentially want here in just a second. Also, Twisted Minds, they came into this 1 point behind Navi, and while Navi did manage to pick up 2 kills, that means the fact that Twisted Minds now paying attention to that kill feed has a massive opportunity, and they know it.
Yeah, precisely. This is just a difficult game for Navi, where I think they felt like they had a comfortable trap set on top of Cerberus and they were going to be able to spring, but Cerberus was able to turn it off on its head with a little help from United. That Navi trying to play recovery and just kind of had to make he's still alive.
All right, I give it to you. Does the Molotov at least get his kill? There you go.
Пока не фартит, да?
А Исаки там троих убил, ёпта.
He got out from behind that rock that he was stuck behind. That is some expert ratting.
And I'm going to remind everybody, I mentioned this going back a while ago, United and High Ground, they know how to exploit it, and they are trying their hardest, already picking up 2 kills.
Yeah, these are the positions that United, I think, plays better than anyone in the world that I've seen. When they can get on those really extreme high ground positions in the,
in the center of the circles. And I mean this, you know, everybody would say, oh, that's easy. You're up on the high ground, you know, you can just shoot at people for days. Well, I've seen a lot of teams that don't do so well from it. They're not really able to capitalize on their knocks as well, and they're not able to find those flushes. Yeah, they do damage, but they maybe don't get the points. So the way that United also converts their damage into points from positions like this has oftentimes impressed me a lot.
Best logo in PUBG esports now trying to make their run into the circle as Yo does manage to navigate and get past FaZe. It looks like they're going to be stopped by Danawa, who's holding both sides of Death Star Trench, both north and south. That's interesting.
Best logo in all of esports, Patrick. Best logo in all of esports.
Ладно, комментирую, сейчас я подойду.
I did see a bolt in the hands of
Куда ты пошел?
Да
надо отойти минут на 3.
Looking like they cut loot a little bit early to try to get ahead of these rotations, but it's a 2-2 split for them. Northern side of the circle.
Комментатор хуев.
Nestled right next to the Freaks, or the 2-1 split of the Freaks. FaZe coming in late as kind of is the more usual FaZe that we're used to seeing here, coming with the blue on the edge. Wild card starting to gain a little bit of territory. Twisted Minds going for the pre-rotate, looking to try to get ahead of the next circle. It goes right on top of these mountains. I can't believe this. This is just so much land ratio terrain in here.
This is very, very well. I'm just kind of joking about 1 meters, but this is a circle I can get behind. We've got a lot that's going to be happening. And I do want to point out, I think that some of these teams are trying to move into United's territory, and they were wanting to try to get some of this high ground, but they're having to do that salvage down into Mina. So you can see Twisted Minds did rotate into that, and now moving away. And Tropics is going to be playing the eastern side, rotating by it. It's going to be FaZe. It's going to be running right up next to the Expendables. As it looks like they don't have too much to do with this one, stepping out. And they found themselves a compound in Ninja 2K. I don't know if you can pick up 2K or if you're going to be the K.
Well, okay.
Так, подтягивается сюда команда ТЕ.
The reinforcements are arriving, but they are going to shut 777 down.
Ниндзя их забайтил.
Duckjuice saving the day. Duckjuice actually got the flush as well, and he just riding on in. Seeing if anyone's around the corner. 8 with the M4.
В итоге ТЕ перепушивают команду фейзов.
A little bit of damage chunked into him. Grenade going to be out, and 8 in a world of trouble.
I thought FaZe had this fight under control, but it has gone all kinds of wrong. Hey, you at least managed to knock him in the end. Moral victory.
Moral victories. Yeah, absolutely.
И твисты уже здесь.
Oh, Twisted Minds. Oh, you're really going to do him like this, aren't you?
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, that grenade from 8 just opened the door for Twisted Minds to third party this. They're throwing a grenade into the smoke. Levi's, though, I think around the back corner, so he's not going to take any damage. You do have the res onto Ninja 2K, so Duckjuice doing a ton of heavy lifting, and they have to take care of Spire on the back.
There's a lot of throwables that are coming out right now, not getting too much return just yet. Ninja 2K now saying, hey, I'm in this position, and Levi's is going to go ahead and get flushed. The Expendables now looking like they're going to be feeding the beast that is Twisted Mind to try to catch up to Navi.
Oh, that grenade should be pretty good. Yeah, it does a lot of damage there to Ninja 2K. He's going to have to reposition. Can Perfectix find the knock with the follow-up? Indeed, he can. It's actually Batulant who's got it. Duckjuice, the only one left here. He might catch one. No, what a spin there from Perfectix. Absolutely nasty flick.
God, Twisted Minds knows what's up. Now tied up with Navi and in the lead with a nice set of points.
I mean, this is what the best teams do. They capitalize when other teams are in bad positions and make the most
Твисты
of it.
обходят Нави.
Again, that 8 grenade was a death knell for TE.
На вторую позицию.
Tried to pick that point up, but it's actually going to be James from Overpeakers.
Нави третья, но по очкам пока одинаково. Но Твисты все четверо еще живы.
So it's now going to be coming in. This is outside, so we're going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Yoho's going to move ahead of it. Adam's right along the path. Oh, throwing out a trap there. Seeing if maybe he can get something by setting down the fuel can, I believe. As now, Adam, what are you going to do? Yoho wants to try to take you down, and they've got the numbers.
Yeah, this is tough. Sparking taking a bit of damage there. Going to have to
17-й пока аккуратничают, 0 фрагов.
Trying to cover the exits. There has been the knock up onto the hill, so now Yoho trying to scramble to finish this fight. See if they can get the res onto Shinboy. Balefrost, really important push here to finish the job.
This needs to end fast because TMA is coming into this one. They heard that firefight going on for so long. Yoho does win it, but now what can Lulu do is now Lulu is going to be moving into a good position to be able to gatekeep out to a weakened team that is now going to be crawling into this one outside in the blue after a fight.
Хотят подраться здесь.
They had to let Shinboy go. Phase 4 blue gets there, and if
Опа! И высаживают его.
Great spray from Lulu, always a chow high. Oh boy, just absolutely slaughtering Yoho.
James now coming over to see if maybe he can pick up something, but I don't know if you want to go too far into this when I think that Overpeakers realizes that there could have some high ground advantage, but they need to be careful. They might be cresting this and just giving away their heads if they're not paying too far attention. As UP, I don't know if he can see him just yet.
Yeah, you can see that TMA is trying to retreat in the southern direction. OP maybe seeing if they can pick someone off on the exit path, and James has pushed enough that he's seeing the vehicles. Can he really capitalize on it is the question. He's got to be careful not to be seen here, or else, you know, TMA might have just turned on. The timing's perfect. The timing's perfect for James.
Drive away, and
Показывают нам повтор.
on foot, just chase them down.
The timing, though, from James is really good. They're not going to hear him. They didn't see him. Here's the drive-through by Duck Juice, and just absolutely masterful.
Could have shot into the second story, and if that would have happened, I would have probably passed out.
I mean, that would have been absolutely nuts. He still did a phenomenal job here. So here's the 8C spray. He goes for the grenade. He sees one. Oh, they're on both sides of him.
Yeah.
He lets it go as he's dying, and it bounces right in the middle of a couple of players. Oh, he comes out the window. Oh, they never heard or saw that grenade.
With my last breath, I stab at thee.
That's feels bad for TE. That's just one of those ones that, you know, it never got accounted for, or never got calmed. It might have just never been spotted, period. Definitely wasn't by Levi's, and that's the end of that. Kwangdong Freaks, one player down. A lot of space in front of them. A lot of, you know, kind of hilly area in here. Again, this is a part of the map you don't get to see too much PUBG Esports because you know, those hills there, the plateaus that we saw United on earlier, which they are still on, are land ratioed. So typically circles don't like to go around here that often. We'll see exactly where this one's going to end. It's going to be a fun ending for sure.
Yeah, if this goes to the north, it's going to be crazy. If it goes to the south, we get Minas and all the complexity of the building right there. Random holes all over the place. That could be a that's really just going to be a map study. Hey, do you know all of the
все команды целые?
Because that's
Сейчас будет очень интересно.
Do you hot drop Minas when you play pub games? Because that'll come in real handy there. Lambu still at the bolt for Donawa, but a ton of pressure from a couple different angles.
Стрелять будут со всех сторон. Посмотрим, кто окажется проворнее.
They gotta go. They gotta get out of
Так,
this.
18 в зоне.
He's going to hop back in their vehicles and just go. And Tropic couldn't quite quit into a firing line for him, but it's trying to take the shots. Instead, it's going to be QM that they're looking into. Overpeakers, after their chase, is not going to be rewarded too much, and now it looks like they might be leaning back into the north. This clip is going to see what's going on with the Freaks and Danoa in the fight that's going to be happening into the north up there. TMA does try to make themselves into a shack, but it is going to be the Entropic line that is putting in some work.
Yeah, TMA had to scramble out, but Entropic was already ahead and did some more damage. Now looking for the res onto Shanghai. These two long-time veterans here, Shanghai and Crazy, you know, playing for, you know, Shanghai playing for the team that won the original PGI. You know, Crazy used to be on 4AM. Very, very good players in their own right. Donawa having to try to punch through Kwangdong's Freaks and then maybe even Overpeakers next.
Челик из команды ОР так следил за этими КДФами.
As well, one of the top fraggers in his region, trying to push forward. Well, the clip helps out.
Going to go ahead and get that flush.
Начинает их здесь разваливать соло.
This is just going to be a defensive line holding back for all of Overpeakers, waiting to see what's going to be moving in front of them. Lash still just trying to stay alive, but he's not going to be able to live too much longer. This clip does pick him up. And now, what are you going to do from here, Overpeakers? Danoa looks like they might be moving in. Is Overpeakers now going to firmly just reinforce here? And it looks like they see the capability for some kill points.
Yeah, you can see that Danoa is trying to find space, but it's not being given by the Overpeakers. James has a great angle. That's one knock. Can he find another? No. Has to switch over to the mini. Should have salute dead to rights. Yes, finds the headshot. Just Helen left for Donawa.
Overpeakers knows what they're good at, and they're going to do it. The firefight is where they're going to excel. Helen now the last one up. About to be no more Danoa left in this lobby. That smoke's not going to do anything except for just stall out what's going on. Bart doesn't even care. He's just flushing out everything. He knows he's got so much support. Bart's got to finish it out. Danoa gets eliminated, and now Overpeakers pretty much has control of the north of the circle, except for maybe where United can see them, but can they get away in time? And it does look like they can crest that hillside.
Yeah, those are still really, really long-range shots that have to be taken, especially because they're high up. That adds a little bit of distance there. Now 17 is pushing into the remnants of TMA, and I don't think they know they're there. Xiao Wu just cleaned up instantly by Shanghai. Crazy starts throwing out more smokes. You know, for TMA now, it's delay, delay, delay. Try to get as deep into this as you can.
Ghost Man now in a close range fight. Gonna spot out one. Does get knocked. Good shot coming up from Crazy. Is he gonna go for the flush on this one? Yes, he is. Very, very quickly. Just gonna support after. Now, jump back down. Looks like going for the res. 17 starting to get picked apart. Multiple angles. Twisted Minds also here's what's gonna be going on. Day Trade also coming
17 в итоге вторую игру уже сливают.
that does mean that EU United has to pull some of their attention away.
Играя с его.
Nobody is fighting outside because they can't due to EU United's positioning.
Чисты уже здесь, они своего не отпустят.
Show is on his knees at 17. He's trying to stay alive, and this Twisted Minds made a wide rotation after the fight with the Expendables into the southern part of the city, and they are storming their way through. Belmont has been knocked as well. Batu trying to hold underneath, and it is going to be good. That is going to be the end of 17. Flash is going to come in and help.
QM now has an angle into the east, looking at what's going to happen. See, like they're trying to take some shots into EU United, but they just cannot find it cleanly. With the peculiarities of what's going down into Minas, you can see the kickstart doesn't even have a good sight line into this. They can take some shots and at least force some teams away, but the longer this goes on, the more difficult it is for them to really see what's happening. Overpeaker's also taking some shots back behind EU United, but it's not going to stall anything that's happening. Really, the story is going to be about how Daytrade and Twisted Minds handle what's going on and how Question Mark moves into the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to have to start moving south eventually, the circle, just due to the land ratio. And now QM is trying to set up on the steps to the east, and they're leaving Hobbits to cover this rotation. Overpeakers, well, this is rather difficult with the angle that Entropic has with United up on the high ground ahead of them. As great as a job as they did against Donawa there, that little reposition they did in that fight was super smart and caught Donawa totally off guard, but it's neither here nor there, as they are just trying to keep one of the teams at bay and hoping that they can make a maneuver. They've got some smoke, and a hardtop Murado sitting in the back. It's just a matter of finding the timing in the space.
Yeah, take a couple of shots at Snakers, maybe force him into a new angle on it, but I think EU United senses the fact that Overpeakers is going to be moving soon. They've sent a good defensive line. Good strong line now looking in. Snakers going to get some vision on this. The rotation comes out. Do manage to navigate through it. Overpeakers gets right below EU United.
Yeah, this is their only option, is to get so close to United that they can't really peek down on top of them, but they might have bit off more than they could chew. They tried to cut the engines to surprise United, but there's some fire here from Clib, who gets knocked by Ibis, though. So now that back anchor isn't there for Overpeakers.
Clib was supposed to stay back, protect, deny any peek, and it's going to be Entropic that just ruins the plans that Overpeakers were trying to do. Tropic now starting to make a foot push into this. Nail Up looks like he realizes, hey, we can use this to maybe dethrone what's going on with EU United. As Overpeakers just surviving here. That Molotov isn't going to spread far enough. James clinging to life as he clings to the hillside.
Yeah, this is a lot of utility having to be invested by United. Finally, Relo going to find the double headshot onto James to take him out, and that's pretty good. Yeah, and Tropic is trying to now usurp the throne, the high ground hill from United.
Meanwhile, down in the depths of what's going on in Minas, it's just back and forth. Daytrade trying to survive, but it's going to be Perfectix that gets a drop onto him, and suddenly Daytrade goes out, and it's going to be Question Mark now making a push, realizing where Twisted Minds is positioned.
I mean, Twisted Minds is just absolutely so good. They're patient, their coordination is next level. A doozy here tries to go up the hill, but he's going to get cut off from behind. Perfectix initially can't find the angle. Bullets would have hit that stairwell in front of him. Maddie tried to go for the shots. Phil first up and over. Gets a good grenade onto Batu. That might be the door open here for QM.
But it's Perfectix. Don't forget about TMA also hearing this firefight. They might move down, get some high ground, looking down into it, but then it's going to be EU United that's stopping him out. Circle does shift, and it's going to go into Entropic's direction. EU United still keeps some of their hill in, but this fight around Minas is about to get really difficult.
Зона ушла.
I truly am shocked at this.
В итоге электроники остаются в зоне. Оказываются в зоне.
How close it is to land ratio terrain. Twisted Minds trying to find the ability to get this res off. Lou's going to use a grenade to try to find Hobbits. Is that going to connect? No, Hobbits is stuck underneath those stairs. No way that's hitting him. And, you know, for now, QM can hold on. Still
Команде QM, мне кажется, надо отступать, заходить в зону.
Quite a long time.
Just clinging to life in a position that's about to be pretty contested. Question Mark can't move too much. Looks like Relo is trying to stretch, and that's going to go ahead and get down flush. Tropic's position is now revealed. Rest of EU United now trying to look down this hillside. 3 members on a Tropic right now, as it's going to be Lucarex playing back behind this one, taking the shots in, see if maybe he can stall out or maybe get a knock on anybody that's going to be looking down on his team.
Yeah, now Kickstart taking a bit of damage from a grenade and then some shots to follow, and he is going to have to back up. QBE trying to see if he can guess where he moved to. It's just a little bit too far. It was so close.
That was almost a three-pointer, but Flood, I do want to point out, has now abandoned the high ground and is moving in. Looks like they've realized that they can move down into this position. Pick up a couple more kills. Flood also playing a more safety position. Might be able to third-party what's going on in this fight a lot cleaner. So while we do see Entropic that's gotten control over the northern part of the circle, Question Mark is already very close to TMA's positioning, and a very split EU United is trying to figure out where they want to focus in at.
wow, Perfectix just right away pops around that corner, takes Hobbits out. Now the smokes and the stuns are coming through crazy, catches a doozy completely off guard, and just like that, Twisted Mind has 5 kills. QM just holding on by 1 player, and they are just wrapping around this southern edge.
Phil First has nowhere to go that is even close to being comfortable, just kind of juking through everything. Lucarux finally gets some vision of what's happening here, but it's going to be crazy that does manage to get the kill onto question mark. Now, this is just going to be special is the only thing I can say.
This is wild. This is one of the wildest finishes I've ever seen in PUBG esports. I mean, a lot of players still alive, a ton of terrain to work with,
По-прежнему их
a little bit
четверо,
of
блядь.
cover.
Ну, твисты они и показывали, как на этой карте они вылазят из жопы. Когда она в
Скажи, что ты
отборе.
не за пивом ходил.
Не.
Пизда
Я
был, блядь.
отвечаю. Завтра на работу какое пиво.
А куда ты ходил? На дальняк?
На кухню.
This gives Twisted Minds a lot of space to work with, and as we have seen,
Да, твисты из жопы вылезли.
Ну, они пока...
Они были не в зоне, под всеми стволами.
Они уже показывали на этой карте. Бля, они почти в топе.
Да, уже 8 фрагов. Эти опять с нулем сдохли.
Они, видишь, походу решили подержать топчик. Там и Нави скоро, смотрю, прыгает вниз на. Обгонят их все. Они будут своего поднимать.
Сейчас, если энтропики будут слева встречать твистов, твисты вообще не смогут в зону зайти.
Finds themselves in a very... I love the setup that TMA is holding. Sure, that's one spot, but no, the pipe spot is where it's really going to be just wild. I want to see somebody try to push this, and I love the fact that Twisted Minds is smart enough to go, no, there is no way I'm going into that death trap.
They're just too smart. I mean, that's why they are consistently, you know, finishing in the top 3 at global events. Why they're winning PCSs in EU. They're just some of the best in the business, if not the best right now. And the way that this hill is shaped, they could very well win this game potentially if they're able to lock this down, because the final circle, the final middle spot is pretty close to that final step towards that last plateau. So if they can lock it down, it's just a matter of how much damage these high ground teams are going to be able to do before they're forced down off of it.
This is just absolutely crazy. Entropic on one hillside, just taking the shots into E United that's been trying to hold this high ground. Twisted Minds down below, taking some shots into Entropic. We have TMA listening to everything, figuring out how they're wanting to navigate what's about to happen. They hear the shots coming out, but really, it almost looks like a west versus east situation where we have Twisted Minds that are going to be taking the shots into Entropic, but it's going to be E United also looking down into TMA.
Ага, ЕУ надо падать с горы теперь. Энтропиком тоже. Все, минус команда ЕУ. Энтропиком тоже надо с горы падать.
Grenades are going to start raining down from Entropic. This is their moment. If Entropic is going to win this game, they're going to have to do some serious damage here.
Twisted Minds has control over that low ground now, moving in. TMA could backstab at any given moment. Entropic just wants to get a knock. They need to find some way to get this warm under control. Looking into Perfectix, but it's going to be Nailup that gets it down onto Perfectix, and now it's going to be Twisted Minds trying to do some type of damage control. The smokes are out. It is so hard to see down there, but the zone's coming in. It's going to do so much damage.
Энтропики начинают умирать от зоны.
TMA knows exactly where they want to go, but they can't figure out how to get there.
And you can see there's a bolt action here for Shao Hai. He might be able to put this to good use if he sees that head from Ivis. He might get the knock. Wasn't able to pull the trigger there that time around, just missing. Lucarux trying to work his way down step by step. Lou waits underneath. What a brilliant rotation from him. And now Shao Hai starts spraying him down.
Trying to get anything off of this one. It is going to be
Ебать мясо ебаное. Неужели ТМА команда в итоге выиграет? Оба! Хорош! Команда Twisted топ-1. Вторую карту подряд.
To really run away with the day. That is absolutely insane. What a hold, what a play. Tough position there in a way at the end with the way that Entropic and United had some high ground on them, but they weather it. They send Lou close enough to the edge to make sure that he stays alive. Some really smart, good maneuvering throughout that game by Twisted Minds, as we've all come to expect.
17, sorry, this trophy ain't yours yet. Twisted Minds wants it, and this is a hungry team with so much potential.
And this was a bad game for 17. 0 points in this one. So they, you know, this kind of is that old bad Miramar rearing its ugly head. Now that being said, this is a very bizarre circle in a very bizarre situation. So, you know, 17 got caught up with the TMA, you know, remnants here at the end who almost win this game. But Spyro, so smart, knows exactly where they are. You know, they're not able to get the trigger down in time, and Spyro is well aware and well waiting for them to push around that corner.
That is just such an absolutely amazing game. This is what I want from PGC. Let them have to fight through it. You know Twisted Minds had to work through so much to get there. I can't even map it all out. I'm gonna have to throw it over to Toffees just to give us an idea on how they even got to that circle.
7 games and 4 of them are chicken dinners for the monsters from Europe. It is a huge win from Twisted Minds, and they are doing what we've never seen before, setting a pace that seems uncatchable. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Toby and Avenger here on the desk to break down the genius that is Twisted Minds.
I'm completely mind-blown by the fact that they come out victorious here. They have to crawl their way through, slaughter their way through Minas, up against 2 teams which each their high ground positions, and yet they managed to stall for long enough to force them off the mountains, and Spyro claims it in the end. That is, I mean, that is completely insane.
They had to fight against the rat nest that was TMA, the gargoyles that were E-United, the sky drops that were Entropic, and through it all, they outsmarted and outplayed everyone on the field.
And honestly, with a wild circle like this here, there's so much unexpected things that can happen, and them being able to wrap this up. They were on the northwest side for a long time. They did not have any circle lock. They played proactively through all of it, and they had to fight their way through the very end. And then to win a 1 versus 2 versus TMA, that's insane.
Here's that moment where Spyro comes out and has to make the hard 1v2, and he does it in style. He saw that grenade fly over his head and knew it was the right time to push. That's experience showing through.
Whatever leads 17 had coming into today is now gone for sure. As I said on the before, there is no points coming through for 17 this one. I mean,
28 smokes
and 21
grenades.
21 nades.
When you third-party 2 teams that almost died, then you're able to pick up something like 6 or 7 bodies worth of grenades. You're gonna have that amount.
But the amount of smokes they use is also testament to how much they have to stall. How much they knew. We cannot just jump in on it now. We cannot just take the fight now. We have to wait until they come down from the hillside, and they were surviving the barrages for 2 circles in a row to then take the fight in the end.
I mean, 28 smokes is a lot. 21 frags as well. Just an ode to their ability to zone control and make sure nobody comes anywhere near them. They really did force a lot of other teams to make hard decisions before they ever had to get involved.
So experienced with how the terrain works, even in circles that we've almost never seen before. It's a testament to experience and to knowledge about how to play these exact moments right here.
That's a fascinating point. It's not every day that we see Mount Minas come into play. I mean, this is a rarity at this level.
Oh, quite the contrary. I mean, the fact that we have phase 4 pretty much center on the mountaintop itself, and then force players to pick a side from where they're going to play from, then get the even harder shift, I would argue, into half mountain, half Minas, see the onslaught there, and then again, for Twisted Minds to come up victorious. That is, it's not the team when you see that phase 4 or phase 5 pub that you would think would have won that game.
Insane. All the guys are running no helmets, broken vests, everything. Having an M24 in this situation for Shawa is insane. Also, fantastic shots. Love myself some boldy shots right there. Twisted Minds, though, 21 points here, Toffees.
And we saw that, remember, even after the last game when Twisted Minds got that chicken, 17 still had a pretty good lead. But the fact that they left that door open, they went out number 8, they did not put up any points, is going to cause a lot of trouble, I think, for them, because Twisted Minds, not only are they now going to be right there neck and neck for the win, but they clearly have the momentum.
And the fact that they in this game could apply as much pressure as they did, you see the damage come through. It's not overwhelming numbers, but that's because they never really had to shoot at that many people. What they did was use the utility, hold the angles, and even pre-fire for the longest time, just to make sure that you do not peek us, because they were out in the open. They were on the ridge line, and everyone sat up on those mountains above them. They knew we're easy pickings, but we have to keep suppressing.
The beauty of PUBG is that sometimes it's important. You have to be just as smart as you are trigger super skilled, and these guys have shown just their mastery of strategy, sort of in a very stark, I think, comparison to, say, Na'Vi just coming in and punching everyone in the face. Is a very different style.
Yeah, you can definitely attest to that, and Petulian's definitely one of the cleverest IGLs out there. But guys, the total leaderboard now changes just a little bit. Twisted Minds jumps in the top.
Twisted Minds, the first thing I'm seeing here, Twisted Minds just claim win number 4. They have 40 placement points.
Yeah,
All their placement points are wins.
Yep.
That's
That is
true.
completely insane.
So they are doing a wonderful job. On the other hand, 17, who walked away with nothing in the last match, still managed to cling on to that second place. Na'Vi close. E United does continue to sort of hold on to the coattails, but again, it came down to what we saw in that circle. They had a good spot, but it was impossible to play out of.
It's rough because what they wanted an escape route on the northern side, and Entropic, they countered that by playing on the northern side, making sure they had to stay up there, and that's exactly what Entropic was hoping for in that situation. They got one opening knock, United lost one, they had to kind of fall back and try to continue to have as much as damage as they could and as much, of course, kills that they could get from up there. Fourth place still, though, very honorable for them.
And I'm glad you gave a shout out to Entropic. They capitalized on OP's push. They moved into a good spot and played very well in that game. Guys, we have a couple left. That's 2 down, 3 to go. When we come back, we're going to wrap up Miramar with one more match in the desert. So don't go anywhere.
So now I'm in the pool area of the first floor of the Expo Village, and over there is a gym where the players work out regularly. Let's go. Okay, so I'm here in the gym, and I see some players over there working out. Hello, Sunday.
Hello.
Wow. Wow. Oh wait, what's the weight?
Not high.
Okay. Oh, there's Uba too. Wow! Wow! You were the 2 players who are working out in the gym. You usually work out regularly?
Of course, I have a passion for working out. I'm always in the gym.
What's your favorite?
Definitely the leg press.
Yes, hello.
Chilling. Yeah, get that pump
Do you
in.
work out? Ah, did you? Ah, you say you like to do the leg press. Okay, thank you for coming. Okay. You wanna go out and...
Bye, guys.
Let's go too. Let's go. We're here with the 2 players who have advanced to the grand finals from the winners bracket.
I'm Punij, the IGL for Team Yahoo.
I'm Uba, player for NATO Windsor.
Congratulations for advancing to the grand finals. Well, Na'Vi, you were maintaining the first place for like 2 days. How do you feel?
I mean, it matters nothing, like being in the first place until it's like grand final position, so, you know, I don't care.
Back, it's Na'Vi with 3 wins in a row.
You 2 advanced to the grand final. So did you know what the situation was like when you were left alone? Like you're a contender to the 8th place, the CES Logi died, and you were alone. And did you know that the 2 kills, you needed 2 kills, or you would just clutch?
I didn't know exactly how many points I needed, so I didn't know that I had, but I knew it was close. Yeah, so I was obviously just getting as many points as I could, but when I died, I didn't think we got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought we needed 1 or 2 more points.
8? We're in 8th? Win in 8th?
So this team Na'Vi, 3 players have played together for a while. Uba just joined the team.
We started like pretty quickly, like to play good with each other. It like took 1 week for me to adapt for the team's playstyle, and after that just develop this ability, like to understand my teammates. As long as we communicate with each other in the game, we're gonna show good results.
Who do you think is the ace of the Na'Vi?
Example, I think he's young, he's like very good mechanically, and like he's a smart player.
What about you? You're like the god.
I'm just waiting for grand finals. I don't care about group stage.
We're gonna show off in the grand finals.
For sure.
Okay. What team could be the biggest rival for each of your team?
For me, it's probably OP. I hate gyms. He's gonna be running around the map and like trying to kill me.
Okay. So, but do you want them to advance
Definitely
to the
not.
grand final? No.
It's a vision. Cleveland's going to go down, and it's going to be exchanged. Overpeakers get it with the last bit of the 1v1.
I hate gyms.
What about you?
Probably wild card. Because of how they they play in North American scrimmages.
Your like playstyle is similar, or
No, not at all.
so you don't want them to come to the grand final, or do you want to
that'd be
compete
good
with
for
them?
us.
It's a kill point.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start the quiz time then. You're like our last guest, so we have to give all. We want to give all the gifts. So,
For free?
just a minute. So we're gonna play a really difficult sound quiz.
Okay.
Like 5 guns.
Okay.
If we get it right, we're gonna give you all the gifts.
Okay.
Okay, it's a team play, so you
Okay.
can each listen to it and get it right. Okay. Put on the headphone. I'm gonna play the sounds. You can pick up some and you can. No.
I mean, there's Uzi for sure. Suppressed.
Uzi?
Suppressed Uzi.
Okay. That you
should
got
be-
it right. One.
Coming down.
Okay, there's a PP Bison, and there's a suppressed bolt.
Mosin suppressed as well.
I would guess Mosin if not
Mosin?
M24.
No.
Two more. Do you know our slogan?
BS gets a throne. Yeah. Ace. There is ace.
Is there an ace?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, suppressed S12K?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you got it right. It's all for you. All for you guys.
Егор,
50-50.
Yeah, 50-50.
And I have two of them. So
Егор,
I'll just do mine.
Okay, so are you gonna share it with your teammates or something?
No.
Think about
No,
it.
it's all yours?
They could get like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Could have
You have
that.
2.
For the finals, obviously, we're just gonna aim to like show our best performance, do as well as we can, especially because of how important these global events are for PUBG. Should be good next year.
For us, like supporting our team and yeah, get ace, get your throne.
Okay. PGC 2022.
Navi.
Yahoo!
Fighting! So we've met various players competing in PGC 2022 here in Quiz on Rock contents, but now it's time to say goodbye. We're gonna come back with another contest next year, and stay tuned till the end to find out which team will be the ace and get the throne of the PGC 2022. Bye bye!
Ай, не пошла игра. У Церберов что-то вообще. На 15 месте находится. Йохи скатились на 12-е, но.
Oh, paper. This is what I want from my PGC. I want more of it. I'm just over here still dancing around, still excited. We have ourselves a race. 17 just doesn't get to walk away with it by themselves.
No. I mean, Twisted Minds is absolutely on one right now, and you know, already winning this many games, it's incredible. It is a feat. I've never seen anything quite like this in a moment like this, where a team is able to win 4 of the first 7 games. Just absolutely
Самолет полетел.
what they're able to do, and the way they navigate these games is just so smart. They're so well calculated, so decisive. I mean, again, we talk about it all the time with this
Начинается
team.
третья игра.
And now this may be their moment. You know, as much as we've talked about how this is the final act for show, this is, you know, such a important moment for 17 that they may finally break through and win a big event. But, you know, for the side of Twisted Minds, yeah, they've won, you know, PCS as an EU and things like that, but they've never won a global, and they want to put that in their trophy case.
There is a lot of emotions that could be going on in Twisted Minds just due to the history, world events, all this other stuff, the culmination of things that they've had a lot of things that they've had to overcome as a team just to be able to come to this stage, and now to find excellence and to find the successes that they're finding is just crazy. I've never even considered a win percentage like they're putting up right now at a PGC.
Oh, well, these guys have stuck together, and you know, you can see that they have just gotten better over time. I mean, they just continue to improve event over event. Now, Vard, oh, the iron sight, he's got one bullet.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, no, Punich, not like this.
Высаживает без прицела.
SKS. Oh, with the PCS7 skin.
All the ways to die. That's all right, well, I really liked that last circle, so let's get it again. I'm fine with this one. Actually, I pretty much like all of this circle. Anywhere that it goes here, I'm pretty content. Even
Just
the
not
fields,
hard north. Just not hard north.
Even the
Да,
fields
и
here.
красавчики.
Fields are...
Well, even hard north, you get that cool church fight.
No. Only if that is extreme. Again, another thing that is extremely rare, despite you seemingly finding many of them in your cast. They do not happen very often. But I'm talking about that area south of Cruz de Valle. It is flat nothingness. It is
should
garbage.
be known at this stage that I am just a harbinger of chaos.
Yes.
For whatever reason, you get some crazy circles. For whatever reason, I get a ton of them, except for my trailer park. I still haven't gotten a trailer park game yet.
They're really rare.
I feel like I've seen less trailer park games than I have actually island games.
I've gotten
I've seen more island games than trailer park, I think.
Well, how many island games have you gotten?
No, I was just saying seen.
Oh, seen.
I
Okay.
had never actually cast an island.
Oh, I've casted one. They're fun. They're really interesting, actually, in a way. I mean, of course, it really sucks for a lot of the teams because you have no hope of ever getting to the island. But you know, for the teams that have the ability to like do something in the water and get to the island, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and that's the downside of the whole thing is it's already kind of done by the time it's done. TMA though, we haven't had a chance to really dig into what they've been doing. They're kind of the quiet, you know, like we were talking about. Overpeakers had some issues, and they keep having like these early fights and skirmishes that they're getting around in. TMA, we know that this is a team that has some capabilities. I mean, Lulu always crazy. There's a lot that can go on here. It's just we didn't really get a chance to really see them do too much in the games yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
сколько же интробиком до зоны тянуть, да, будет лава.
They're playing really good. That last game kind of encapsulates sort of what this team has been. It's been scrappy, but you know, again, they came together halfway through this year to form a team that was able to just barely squeak into PGC. But it's got veteran players. I mean, players who have been here, players who have, performed at international lands, who played on the global stages, whether that be online or not. And, yesterday, for example, I was just kind of scrolling through the stats, and Lulu always was our top AR damage dealer. So, I mean, like, in terms of skill, there's a ton of it there. Yeah. But, of course, we've seen it's hard when you, form a team halfway through the year, and even getting here is massively impressive in and of itself for some of these teams. But, for TMA, just to be in the position they're in right now, 5th place in the PGC 2022 Grand Finals, that's nuts. They're insane.
I mean, we talked a lot about EU United in the earlier sections in the high ground control.
Нави делают перетяжку. Хотят, походу, еще более лучшую позицию занять.
Once they took that secondary hillside, it really limited out kind of what EU United was trying to do. And then the circle started pulling their direction on top of that, and suddenly they had so much authority inside of that game. It was crazy.
And there was a problem where, right, Lucarux gets knocked, they're in a 1-3 split, and that gives Twisted Minds the ability to safely start taking space on the bottom side of that circle. And again, everybody who's stuck on top of those plateaus, like United, like Entropic was in the previous game, when you come down, you're just done. I mean, that's why United gave up, because they knew you can't get down there without dying. And Entropic made a go of it, but they didn't successfully do it. It's just too difficult to do. You're just so exposed for so long. You're going to take damage on the falls, potentially. There's a lot of things that can go bad.
Looks like Navi is getting ahead. Oh.
Забыл перезарядить пушку, чел.
I even heard the click.
Navi was going to get there anyway, and look, parking with style.
Points.
Bam, bam. Give those guys an extra fantasy point.
Love it. Ace Ventura style. Let's go.
Imagine being in the back of that one. I mean, we kind of do know, well, at least I do, like, whenever we went on the off-roading event, like, I always kind of picked on the Murado while I was trying to drive around these hills. We got into vehicles and we were driving around on the sand dunes. I could see nothing but hood and dirt everywhere. So I'm sorry, I have picked on you and the vision that happens in Murado. You are scientifically accurate, as Ninja is also going to be scientifically accurate and remove James from this lobby.
Yep. Combined spray there will send another player from Overpeakers out early. It's just, you know, it just keeps happening.
Так, команда ТЕ делает первый шаг в этом матче.
I mean, it does sort of work, right? They're in 6th place. I mean, it just feels like if they could.
PUBG is a game that can allow a lot of strategies.
Yes, of course. You know, I mean, there are some that are better than others, but yes, you're right.
Команда OP же
I don't know that 3-man every game is the right strategy.
убила Йоха первыми.
Physics degree over there talking. See, like sometimes you just
Да,
gotta
да,
feel
точно.
it.
В начале матча.
I get you, James. I get you, James. Just like, you know, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, and look, at the end of the day, the overpeakers are.
Так, Спуру такие на мотоцикле.
You know, you talk to James. You know, he's a wonderful guy. He's funny, and you know, they're just playing this to have fun, and they're playing this out to try to do the best they can. And this could be really bad here. That grenade is almost on point. But Clip, I told you, he's better from cars than he is on the ground. He is just absolutely
Высаживают перфектикса.
No tires. They don't even care. It looks back around. What are they gonna do? It's gonna be Spyro that comes in and does at least manage to shoo away, I guess, a slow rolling, tireless vehicle.
I mean, obviously Clip is good no matter what. There's just something special about Clip from a vehicle. He is just so good at it. It's just unbelievable. So, yeah, that's painful there for Twisted Minds. It looked like a pretty good trap. The grenade, I wasn't exactly sure, you know, how those are tough to cook for anybody. But they do get the res on a Perfectix, but it's a lot of damage done to that vest. That's a knock in the bag, so you're going to bleed out faster in the future.
That is such a great, like, there is so much involved in that. There was the wall on the outside.
Вести вырвались на первое место.
Peaking angle. I don't know. That's going to be like one of the craziest shots I've seen.
Еще в прошлую катку.
But the Klim makes him look easy. I mean, at the beginning of this tournament, he was just filthy from vehicles.
87 очков.
It's a sight to behold.
People say that the drive-by meta is done. It
Нави тем временем 69.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been nerfed.
И команда 17 81.
Vehicles, but there's still a few players who are rather damn good at it, and he is one of them. Stole on a bit of a scouting mission here on the TMA. He's got to be really careful on this angle.
So Soul had himself a really good game the other day, and I have to ask a question because I've been thinking about this for a while. How arrogant is it to be from Korea and name yourself Soul?
Not very. This is something players do, and that's going to be a finish on the Lou. So a really big early exit here for Twisted Minds. As maybe now, maybe now we're going to slow down a little bit here on the Twisted Minds bus. But I mean, does it yourself? So it's not really. There's a lot of players across the multiple esports who name themselves after the cities. And
I didn't know if it was like how people like call themselves like Tex or Dallas or something else like that. I didn't know if it was like really common or if it was just like
it's a similar thing. Like you just where you're from and you're kind of your pride for your region. It's nothing. I wouldn't say it's arrogant. I think I mean he's got the gunplay to back up any arrogance that he has.
He just got a ton of kills that game.
He's pretty nuts. He's a guy that personally I have a lot of love for because he came up through kind of the 2019 era and he almost sort of made a big name for himself on Sanhok. When we had Sanhok in the map pool.
Shh, don't say that.
Yes, it is the map we do not name.
You're gonna tell the
but no, I mean, look, he was insane on that map. He was so mechanically gifted with the ARs and of course the DMRs, but he was so tactically unique. He would do stuff that nobody expected, like walk out into phase 5 blue to wrap around and get a flank on a team and wipe them out and things like that. And he was individually nuts, and he was very, very unique and creative as well. And Donawa recognized it. He was on a team called Media Bridge Squared back in the day. Now he's on Donawa. They put him together with Salute, and that dynamic duo has been absolutely money for them.
Well, Little Ghost, now it's time to be more stealthy. They've had a sniper battle that's going on, and he's been on the bad receiving end of it as two different angles. Haisaki and Taikon both have some vision on where he's playing at. See if maybe he can get some type of assistance over here, but he's not really in too much trouble.
Видимо, все команды находятся в зоне. Только сейчас на смещении круга. Ну-ка, 5 команд оказываются не в зоне. Сейчас будут поджиматься. И сейчас начнутся.
Trying to make some rotations in the middle of this. Already a 2-2 split for EU in the middle, so if they get crashed here by Donawa,
Сейчас начнутся.
Oh, Nikos, you've got a doozy really close. I don't know if he knows exactly where this is going to be at. He keeps looking on one side. Overpeaker's going to be roaming pretty close to 17.
Всаживают Клиба.
Clib's going to go out. Doesn't get a chance to pull the trigger. I guess that's the way you got to handle Clib, right? You still give him a chance to shoot him.
Yeah, if he can't fire bullets, you can win that battle, no doubt. Grenade now, Nico should be dead to rights here. If it's even close, yep. Good enough, and that is going to be the knock, as Wildcard is, as per usual in the early game, pretty darn spread out, so no one, you know, Waikamuka out driving at it, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get there. Absolutely not. Nikos is flushed.
So we've got everybody kind of condensing in right now in a circle. The Death Star Trench is a cruel, cruel mistress. It's got a lot of issues that you can face inside trying to navigate around it. So most of the teams trying to play to the south just due to the amount of terrain that's still to the north of it is much smaller. So with this, we're seeing a lot more of that junkyard lean, Azahar lean, and Overpeakers looks like they did manage to find themselves somewhere kind of comfortable. I do want to point out that we still have the Freaks as well as Day Trade. They're going to need to move, but 17 still has that high ground and vision, and they are wanting to punish with it.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Смотри, крадется, может здесь найти перфектикса.
If they can get a knock and a flush onto Twisted Minds, then
не
that
знаю,
would
что он там.
absolutely be wonderful. You're feeling really good about that. Show looking at that angle of Perfectix. You know, you can nestle yourself in that corner. It's pretty difficult to displace somebody without coming around from the other side. I mean, you can get kind of lucky with a grenade if you really, really cook it and throw it perfectly. But it is challenging. They try to push it, but Perfectix is just too good. They're going to need help there for Suju, or else he's going to get wiped out. Spyro putting some covering fire down into Lil Ghost.
Now it's going to be Duck Juice taking some shots, and he's going to go ahead and flush that out. Now 17 has got to figure out what are they going to do with this usurped position.
Команда
With the
TA,
firefight that's going to be happening over
Героик
the
фраг.
could have something that they can exploit with both 17 and Twisted Minds getting caught inside of a fight. Rotations now starting to be more aggressive as FaZe moving right down the center, using those slight ravines to try to dodge some of these bullets. Shots not gonna come out. Yeah, there's a
Команда
headshot. That's going to be
FaZe.
Salute Lambu doing the 1-2 right onto
As
FaZe.
soon as that vehicle stopped, I'm like, yep, they're done. That's it. that you can't hit that rock. That's just, your players are too good.
Двое не
In
доехали.
this level, that if you make a mistake like that while driving, you will get absolutely ripped apart.
Navi gets a vision as well as Overpeakers, and everybody seems to want a piece of FaZe right now. Who's going to pick it up at the end? And it is going to be Overpeakers.
Высаживают еще одного. Остался один.
Just wonderful to see these minis put to great use throughout this event.
Just look at how many teams we're shooting at them, man. That's,
a lot.
Yeah, Gustav never ever move from there. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty bad.
Долго здесь не протянет.
It's a bit wide open out here. There's still a lot of high ground in play. There's a lot of valleys with teams set up on the the edges of them. There's going to be a knock from Nurins onto Ivis, as there was Lucarex. They're just going to abandon him.
And United
Сергей,
is taking shots pretty far away, and I
ты
think
чё
that's why we're
смотришь?
seeing
Я выходил, трос давал.
Wicker is now throwables going to be starting
Чё?
to
давал, да.
onto the soul.
Чалку давал, у нас снег метет, а машин не заводится у мужика.
Really, it's been kind of a rough go at the start of this one for FaZe.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This
Я
has
говорю,
not
подожди,
been,
сейчас
the
перерыв
day two. Oh
выйду.
my God, that vehicle almost
10 минут.
ran him over. Chills
Всю
able
карту
to
проебал.
stay
Смотрю,
alive.
твист
That
уже
was,
топ-1, ебать.
that was squeaky bum time for sure.
Они еще в прошлой катке топ-1 были.
No, you
should.
You do not. I mean, it would be kind of cool, but no, you do not.
All right, so Expendable's going to come over here. Pooh Chills, you've got yourself an issue all around you, but
Oh, yeah,
Belmont
yeah, yeah,
providing
yeah.
some support, but it's not going to be enough support. Day Trade was separated up to the north of it. They were already eyeing the next circle. Belmont is going to be able to take some shots into this one, but I think really it's about the track, just trying to get into that as a hard like junkyard area.
Yeah,
that's really it.
Смотри, третий там подсосали.
That's just to the east of junkyard.
Уже
is going to
троих
be a
сделали.
big factor inside the circle, and that's exactly where you can see a lot of these members trying to send down. Twisted Minds going into here as well as Gustav. He does get into this point.
Фейс один остался тоже там. Прокатились по полю,
Yeah,
их
I thought for
высадили.
seconds maybe Twisted Minds might drive at Gustav, see if they can maybe sneak that point out, but they might not have been aware that that was just a single player in that
Твисты не
vehicle.
доедут.
Scouted, but they're three in this vehicle and it's going to blow up. They have to get out right now and use this dip. This is the stopping point, whether they like it or not.
They did manage to cross the ravine, so they are on the Yahoo side of things. It's really just them over there. It's going to be the Freaks that are actually taking some long-range shots into this. TMA is also on this side, but they're running a 2-2 split, and they're right up against the edge of it. So this is at least going to be safe for a while for Twisted Minds.
Show just ran a little ghost over. That's a whoopsies.
That's not exploitable right now, though. That's
No.
outside the zone, and really E United is the closest team to it. Nobody's going to see it.
Ну, они сейчас подымут 17-й из своего.
Run over knock and you're not doing any damage to the helmet or the vest. So, you know, there you got that going for you, which is nice. EU is got Flood on point in the compound, three above him on the hill.
Was that a punishment for not winning his sniper duel?
For who?
Little Ghost.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Well, I mean,
Do better next time.
Yeah, that move of sending Suju up there was a bit of a head scratcher. I mean, I understand what they wanted to do. They felt like they had Perfectix trapped, but clearly they got too close, you know, too close to the sun there, and Perfectix made him.
Can you have Perfectix trapped? Because I feel
No.
like I don't think that you can. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. He's too good. No. I mean, but you should be just like stunning the heck out of him, right? Like somebody should have been stunning him from above or something. I'm not exactly sure what happened there for 70, or they just didn't know, or maybe they
didn't have that information.
Maybe they didn't have the information. I thought that they might have scouted him, but it's entirely possible they didn't.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had an
Так, а
idea
ты
that
в
they
коробку
know
залезли,
exactly who
ёп.
was there. And even if you had an assumption that's twisted mind, you have no idea
О,
which one of them is.
коты в коробку залезли.
Much more keen to go for that play, right? Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons they were playing it more aggressive.
Ну, они любят
It's
коробку.
just sometimes the gunplay outdoes all the smart plays.
More aim than brain. That's what you need,
Сейчас
baby.
посмотрим,
That's all
кто в
that
итоге
matters
хорошую
sometimes.
позицию
As you
занял.
can see, TE is just
Мне
maneuvering a little
кажется,
bit
команда
along the
ТМ...
star
А,
trench edge. Just
да.
trying to cut through, and yeah, this one's gonna have to
У
start
ТМ
tilting south
хорошая
as it is
позиция.
phase 4 has to remove the land ratio terrain around L as a hard.
Фейс
So we
остался
go
один,
down
что делать?
towards
Поехал
TMA,
просто
who
в
is
центр.
an
Самый.
interesting 2-2 split. This is tough for TMA here, Matt. Like, look at this. One's on the high ground, right?
Глядишь,
One of these
кого-нибудь
compounds on the
подсосет
high
там.
ground, one's on the low ground. Do you gamble
Ну а
on
чё бы и
one?
нет.
Try to maintain this 2-2 split. This is
Если
a
вылазить не
tricky
будет.
proposition for them.
This is a very interesting
На топ
circle.
можешь
I
сейчас.
can't wait to see how this develops out. With the ravine just cutting through everything. We often talk about the Death Star trench. This is a less severe example.
Ой-ой-ой.
As you can see, it is over peakers.
Высаживай.
Высадил одного. Одного все-таки высадил.
He just cannot manage to stay alive in this one. Now going to sit it down. It's going to be
Тербера, перетяжка.
That's going to be a team that is not going to be afraid to do anything.
Ой-ой-ой, сейчас тут мясо будет.
It's going to be Gustav, just still trying to cling to life over here as he's got a ton of friends in service, tries to go for it. He's going to go down, and now the chaos and everybody running in here is going to continue.
Great spray down by Mexi onto Lil Ghost to take him out, so 17 has to settle for a shack. And yeah, this one's out in the open though, so it can be a little tricky for somebody to get up close and personal with it. So maybe if the circle kind of centers on it, sort of like a field circle, right? Where if the shack's in the if you're in the middle of it and the shack's there, you have a pretty good chance to get deep into the late game wild card, starting to just keep their eyes onto that Cerberus crash in that building. Nobody wants to be in those on Miramar. Everybody knows that those blue one stories, they are absolute death traps. Nades and mollies for days.
Okay, Northwest about to go off. We've got question mark that's going to be over here. We've got TE that's playing, Navi that's playing on the low side of it.
Так, ну
E9
что
also
там
playing
Нави
here
с
as
нулем
well.
до сих пор?
This is again, the ravine cutting in means the fact that we're on the western side and a lot of the circles.
Что-то они сегодня сдали чутка, ебать.
Пора бы начинать уже.
Blocking out a lot of these sight lines, but all of these teams still need to move in. Even 777 way back there was just seeing a big
Ой-ой-ой, опасно.
but it's going to be a lot like this, peeking over these small hills, getting some vision, and trying to get some knocks so that way the rest
Команда
of
за
your team can move
experience
in.
приехала
Yeah, I was
здесь
kind of curious
атаковать
if
Нави.
QM was going to try to maneuver to their east. Day trade is over there, but there's a little bit of space here. I think QM was hoping that a fight would really kick off between TE and Navi and they could third party it. It really hasn't just yet, as TE is trying to use their high ground advantage to watch QM
И Нави, и
come
ни
up this
тени
hill,
в зоне,
come
но.
up this hill and seeing if they can punish it. EU actually did get a knock on a Navi. Maybe TE could turn it on.
Now seeing if they can move in, it's going to be also
Минус
EU
2 у
United
Нави.
getting involved. They've
За
got the gate
experience
position. They
заезжают
just
в зону.
navigated through this one, got there first, and now are going to be raining down. Daytrade also moving into the north of this one. They were trying to make something happen, but it's going to be Ninja 2K who gets the shots in. It is still going to be question mark in front of Daytrade.
Ох,
Or we're
ебать,
gonna have to see
чётко
TE trying to
залетело.
make a move into this one. Daytrade still leaning into that hillside, taking in the shots, but haven't quite managed to find any of these
У
dips.
Нави
just yet.
проблемы
Look at that.
явные.
All the way up in the north, these teams are still trying to come into this.
Yeah, and now the grenades start to rain down.
Похоже, это еще одна игра с нулем.
To gatekeep the heck out of at least two teams, maybe even three. As now TE is going to finish off Navi. They have to go through the bombardment of EU. Kickstart there, but Duck Juice did get a couple on to Navi. That's nice, but it is
Нави
not going to be
отдыхают.
much, you know, not going to be able to.
Чё-то сегодня вообще у них.
Further forward, Matt.
Походу вчера напились, на.
Oh man, and now the circle shifts to the south again, so the woes continue for our northern teams as they're going to have to move.
Первый
The
год
three
они
members from
нормально
United
сыграли.
now looking down, trying to figure out where they're wanting to go. It's going to be Freaks pretty close over to Twisted Minds. Perfected still trying to make the plays.
То 17-й, что Нави, что-то
And
вообще.
now it is just Batulins at range. Flash K lined up against him as it looks like Yaho might also be hearing this. Batulins has got to be careful.
Yeah, it's actually Lambo who's going to find the kill there, so he's going to save the Guangdong Freaks' life a bit. Still fighting is TE, Duck Juice, and Ninja 2K. Bruised
Вынесли твистов, твисты с нулем.
into this next circle, but a good grenade from Kick, and the finish as well. Kickstart is going to wipe TE out in 12.
But now it's going to be question mark on the other side of it. Got to do a quick spin spin around. Some shots going to connect, and that's going to be Phil first in the open, but doesn't get the knock. You can see that this is starting to get more hairy the longer that this goes on. Daytrade hasn't even made a move. They're just watching this. Aduzi now moving aggressively and goes for the spray, but it's just damage on both sides. Belmont now taking the shots into the backside of question mark is going to mean the fact that they're going to have to retreat from the E United fight. E United gets a second to reset, but now it's going to be question mark just pinched.
I love the way that Daytrade is playing this. They're playing parallel to this fight between EU and question mark, and Dante trying to keep him honest, but Nurin just has a much better angle there from cover. Dante's out in the open. He's going to get knocked by Flash. Flash goes for another and finds it. Two back-to-back huge knocks. The finish comes through for Daytrade.
Не успевает он отхиливаться.
Gatekeepers are going to be a wild card as E United and Daytrade both need to make their move. Danoa now moving in along this path. And you can see they're going to get right up next to Yahoo, who are still playing up against the wall. It's going to be Shinboy and Spark in close range. Balefrost on the back of this one. Freaks, looks like they just said, no, we don't even want to be over here anymore. They're cutting back into the west, and they're going to be rewarded for that because there's no one over there.
Yeah, Freaks are too beat up for this fight, and Danoa could have an opening here, especially with that knock onto Shinboy. That's 2 down for Yahoo. Meanwhile, EU continues their reign of destruction. They wipe over Peekers out of the shack, and now Danoa doing it over to Yahoo out in the open. 5 kills for Danoa. They are searching for Balefrost.
Церберов есть шанс.
There's the potential for some upset coming into this one. Now we still have wild card that's still looking through everything.
Вот они уже на последнем месте. Команда ТЭ. Experience 7 фрагов.
Но они сегодня что-то нормально так и идут этим. Как его? Блять. КДФ нормально сегодня, те нормально поиграли.
Команда дана 4, 6 фрагов.
Remove both of those compounds? Is one of them going to still be in it? Those are really key points in these next, couple phases of the game. Is they watch the just, roasting some marshmallows, making some s'mores.
Belmont was way to the north. We wouldn't have even seen him on this map, so he's going to go down. Circle's going to stay in, connected onto this one. So now it is going to be. Looks like 17 still being rewarded, hiding out in that shack, and nobody's going to want to.
Серверы что-то вообще, блять, как будто не играют нахуй. Не знаю из-за чего, что у них не пошло, может быть, хуй знает.
Тайкана что-то не видно, да. То один троих там нокает, нахуй. Что-то не видно его вообще.
Ну потом Ирангель, может на Ирангеле возьмут. Там Нави себя неплохо показывают на Ирангеле.
Ledge they can use to hide, but I seriously doubt it.
Everybody except for the Freaks are looking at them right now, and
they might die to the blue. They might just say they just might, forfeit this one.
I mean, there is the capabilities for it. I wouldn't be surprised if you might want to try to go for more here and see how much they can stretch this one down.
Бегут. Все. Они просто на мясо пробежали.
Here's the issue. Still not safe.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact that they got here is not bad in a way. It's just getting further is going to be difficult. Kickstart even found a point out of it, though. He did kill Lash K at range here, so he's got an angle. Akkad trying to go for the counter fire through the smoke.
Every point right now gets them closer to Na'Vi, and I think that that's the goal. They're just trying to see how close that they can get this, because they were kind of on the tail end, and it was starting to turn into a 3-horse race. Now it's kind of 2 compacted areas where we see Twisted Minds 17 as well as Na'Vi and E United. Yes, remember, 17 is still alive and can try to catch up to Twisted Minds.
Команда EU 7 фрагов. Уже догоняют Na'Vi.
Keep fighting for a little bit longer, but this rock now has a lot of teams looking at it. TMA, Danoa, the Freaks. Yeah, it's going to be TMA who finds one of the kills. The blue finds the other. Now you have the
Ой, выход на Цербера. Тимаса убивают.
Tycon tries to take another fight there. It's actually going to be crazy from TMA that takes Greg's shot out, and Wildcard tries to make this push, but it is really challenging.
There's not much you can do. Cal knocks himself as he jumps in, and now Adam is the odd man out.
Ну, трое пока их вроде бы размен прошел. Правда, добили у них там.
They were to the north. TMA's got an angle on one side, Cerberus on the other. The only thing really, Danoa is now finally starting to come alive into the east.
КДФ, смотри, а этот так и живет у них один, блядь. Они все сливаются, он один живет, на. Ты заметил?
those grenades are going to start breaking the doors. The follow-up here.
Какой-то нюанс лежит
With more
другой.
mollies, explosives being thrown in, but it looks like the res is going to come through. Potentially some fire being poured down. Donowa just has to play their lives as well. They don't want to take any knocks up here. If they can do that, they've got a really good chance of coming through in the long run.
As for Akkad, because he's the only person that's not inside the circle, really is, yep, you're going to run across that ravine and just instantly die. Maybe he can pick up some kills, though, as he is taking some pot shots into Donowa, but doesn't have the cleanest vision.
Неплохая граната.
Just kind of vibing, man. Every single time they hear a firefight, their life gets better.
Oh no, they're happy about this. As long as nobody's trying to crash their shack, this is gold for them. Akkad taking a whole bunch of damage.
Команда Donowa.
Onto Yuppie Helen now has one onto Crazy. Donowa might be able to tear TMA asunder here.
Getting closer every step of the way. Only 1 point behind Overpeakers right now, and just a few behind Day Trade. But
Надо пушить, мне кажется, сейчас.
The salute has got to be careful. You can see continuing to smoke off as Akkad is just
Не
being a
хотят
consistent
пушить.
thorn in the side of Donowa and really forcing some of the stops. They don't know how many members are over there. They just know bullets are coming at them.
Yeah, I mean, so far no flushes for Donowa. Just a lot of armor damage. Of course, the knocks, start to add up. Akkad knows that there is not much he can do once he crosses that hill in front of him. So, yeah, just send yourself into the circle gods as now stuns are starting to come out from TMA. They want to make a counteroffensive.
This is where you can make that push. It's going to be a quick reposition coming out from TMA. They're aware on how Donowa was wanting to push this one. Instead, moves directly into the hillside. Now trying to stall this one out. Donowa has to be careful. They do get some shots in. But nice pickup coming out from Yuppie. It's going to mean that Donowa now has to reposition, figure out how they're going to do this. Soul was playing down to the south, watching in the ravine, and now he has to come up and try to reinforce TMA, who's playing this much more aggressive. They walk up. Helen holding the line, though, has got to try to find this. And yes, TMA does get eliminated, but it got dangerous there for a second.
Big kills, 10 for Donowa, now 17 under pressure. Finally, Cerberus pushes out and wipes him out with 2 mollies. Goodbye, 17. Cerberus versus Donowa.
Эти тоже, смотри, 17-х убили Церберы. 28-е сразу место.
Цербери были на 16-м, сразу на 11-м.
Видишь? Тут, короче, когда топ, там, мне кажется, больше очков дают.
28-й. Почему у них было, блядь, сколько?
Они двоих гранатами молотами взорвали, хуяк сразу 16-го на 11-й, ебать.
Circle 8 is going to dictate this fight quite heavily, and it shifts towards Donowa. So the center of the circle is on top of this hill, which means
Ну да, странно. У них было 19 фрагов, они 4 убили, а у них стало 28. Может, когда ты, типа, в лузерах доживаешь до какого-то там топ-2, типа, может быть, очки дают. Бля, они их по скиллу могут перестрелять. Тайкону надо в ближний бой идти. А он в роли снайпера сидит.
Ты видишь, что они те на бугре, и у них зона, а им придется заходить в зону.
Все равно могут выиграть. По скиллу, по скиллу. Тайка может один въебать там троих.
Donowa now holding multiple angles into this. Tycon did manage to regroup, so it's a 2-1 push coming up from Cerberus. They are inside the zone, but it is going to be that center dot in the next circle controlled by Donowa. Helen gets some vision on what's happening. These smokes, they are blocking out a lot of vision, and they're kind of funneling Donowa into a specific angle. Tycon still moving down there as well as really Donowa is kind of...
Вот он говорит про Тайкона, типа он один может перекидать. Мы уже за это видели.
seeing if maybe there's some weak point, but Danawa's not giving it to him.
Yeah, no, Danawa's smart here. They don't need to push up and over this hill line at all. To they can wait this out. It's just a matter of making sure that everybody's on the same page. Your communication is
Все,
good.
девятая, прикинь, девятая зона, блядь, ебать.
So more smokes being used here by Cerberus, but they already committed so many at the early part of this fight, Matt. They weren't able to capitalize on it.
Cerberus has actually gotten center dot control now. With the Danawa playing so far back onto this up against the wall, Cerberus now has an easier track in, and Danawa, I think, has realized this. Now they've had to shift down to the south. It looks like they're just trying to make sure that they keep some type of cover. It's still going to be Helen to the north, and it looks like he's playing more aggressive. If he goes down, it's still going to be a 3v3, but that flash is going to connect in, and Cerberus read that clean.
Yeah, well, they were trying to hide Helen down here. He's getting a little bit too aggressive for my taste. He's going to get taken down. This is a pivotal mistake here by Danawa. There was no reason for Helen to get aggressive there. He could have hit at the top of that hill and waited this out.
Maybe that was some type of bait because it's allowed Danawa to shift down in.
Ой, граната.
So now Sola playing in this angle forward, so maybe he can open this one up. Cerberus still lined up next to each other. They don't know exactly where Danawa is repositioned. They've lost some vision in those smokes as well. So Danawa now leaning in. Soul has a good idea on how the push is going to come out as both teams right up next to the dot, trying to make sure that they get control over this one as the zone is closing in, and it's just going to continue to crunch down.
Yeah, the flashes start to come out here from Cerberus as they want to gain more and more control over this center. A lot of smokes having to be used by both teams to make sure that it's a DMZ in the middle of this, a no man's land. And so far, so good, as now Danawa is going to try a bit of a re-rotate, see if they can watch this valley on the other side.
This is so terrifying with this much smoke down. Molotovs
При этом почему-то не пушат, не поднимаются наверх.
You could just be walking, set yourself on fire, and that can turn the entirety of the game. Utility.
Так они идут от края зоны.
Тайкон запушили. Они его не поднимут. 2 в 3. Сосаки, бля. Поднимать будет, надо пушить прямо сейчас. Я ж тебе говорил, ёпты. Они их выебут нахуй на скеле.
28 был, да?
Был 28. Ну, плюс 3 и плюс 5. Или плюс 4. Плюс 4 и 5. Плюс 9. 29. 37 сейчас, по идее, будет. Один матч, и все, сейчас сразу в середину списка.
Ну, мне кажется, тут как в танках. Если ты типа внизу, у тебя x4 очка сразу работает. Ну, типа, понимаешь, чтобы снизу можно было вверх поднять. Они, видишь, видать, падали до низа, а потом ультанули, ебать. 37 должно быть. Плюс он был в третьем шлеме. У них один был в третьем.
У них там дроп не сбежал.
Обижены, глянь.
It's the three-headed dog that rages up the hill and takes the win on the back of Haisaki off the leash. An amazing spray transfer and a great shooting there. My name's Tavis. I'm here with Toby and Avenger to break down the action. Let's get
без прицела из тачки не сидел. Вот, фейзы лоханулись. Двое, трое. Вот, третий.
А вот 17-я команда.
Повезло, что он из первой машины не высадил.
Но они сейчас должны быть... Вон, видишь, у них было 19 очков. За четверых им дали сразу, они поднялись, ебать. Походу там буйство какой-то, ну, какой-то эта хуйня действует.
X2 может какой-то, если ты сам внизу.
И убиваешь. 24 за 2, видишь? В два раза увеличивается, слышишь? 29 за 5.
Double headshots in that case there. It's just way too good there. He dropped 2 of them in a 3 versus
29
4 versus 3 advantage.
И минус 3. Не глядь, мне кажется, у них сейчас за 40 очков будет. Мне кажется. 40 с лишним.
Ну, если x2, то 40.
Не 37, а больше. Если им X еще давали.
У одного вентилятор, у другого собака стоит. Ну, посмотрим.
He sure did. A lot of damage coming through. Dano, again, I mean, great game for them. They essentially got their end game position off of the Twisted Minds pull-ups.
17-й, топ-3. 300 дэмэджа. Это как мы с тобой на рейтинге играем.
Ну, рейтинг это да.
Then I don't know, but sure, they played throughout well, and also the way they held onto the terrain and played around the terrain to get on to take me away was actually quite fantastic for the way they executed that.
Ну нормально, серберы ультанули, а были внизу. Еще могут себя показать нам. А мы только говорили, да? Что типа давно не было слышно, это недавно они себя не показывали.
Ну, расстроили меня такой игрой, как они играют, блядь, на последнем месте быть.
Ну, сейчас сразу они ультанут. Сейчас нижняя команда будет те, походу, да?
Сейчас пойдет у них, я думаю.
Вот они остались. 1, 2 он снял. 3, 1 троих, ебать. Тотал 18. 29 плюс 18.
19 плюс 18. 37. Значит, все правильно. Ну, давай общую.
Где-то место 10 у них будет. А хотя нет, эти были на 10-м. Ну да, где-то 10-9 место. Вообще Нави 11-14 сдохли, ёпт. Твисы рядышком. Что-то они какие-то расстроенные, ёпт.
Right, like just lock it in. That way, if they push through the smoke, you've got them. Cerberus comes up with some big numbers, big damage. Tycon no kills, but still putting in a lot of work. And this is, I guess, the style of gameplay that when they're at their best, we see from them. They want to go out and they want to scrap. I mean, and a lot of the damage they get those come from the early game, because once they posted up in the compound, they took away from Gustav. Other than one push coming towards their position with Viking Mukau accidentally killing himself on that one, not a lot of attention came
Ну нормально, нормально идут. Ультанули вообще снизу сразу в центр, еб. Карты и счеты нормально.
Топ-10.
Десятка, я же тебе сказал. 36 очков.
By the skin of their teeth, as it is 87-87. I should say they retake the lead as Twisted Minds and they have been going back and forth, but it is going to still be a very tight race.
Блять, эти птички, как они называются? Йохи, ёпт. Вообще на 14-м. На отборе тоже неплохие результаты показывали.
Ну, они топчик брали. Может, нет, сейчас реально тоже.
Ну, твист, видишь? 87. По киллам тоже обходят. Ну, 17-е держат ассистов. У них ассистов больше. Типа нокнутых, или как они? План, Сен. Нокнутых у них больше у 17-х. У Наи вообще
больше твистов. Килл, убийство.
Это убийство. А рядом есть 40 где, а? Плейс. Это типа, наверное, кого они нокали, но не добивали. Помощь, да. Блять, странно. 4-я карта подряд без перерыва. А, нет, был перерыв один.
Ну, перерыв. 2, перерыв, 2.
А, вот он перерыв.
Возле 5-й будет перерыв.
Гамма
это не перерыв, это игра.
Я знаю. Гранд-финал, ман. Вот он.
Так, Мирамар.
Какой Мирамар?
Ирангель,
ёп, Мирамар, да что за... Смотри, мульта, блядь, мультафаун, какой Мирамар, ну.
Мильта.
Ну здесь они себя показывали. У Нави-то опять разлет уебаторский какой-то.
Делают вид, что летят люди, и смотри, какой они площадь сейчас займут под себя для лута.
We do have a game of rivalries that's going on right now, as it feels like 17 Gaming Twisted Minds are at each other's throats on the leaderboard. Navi and E United close, neck and neck with each other, and then take away gaming.
Мне аж поиграть захотелось, на.
Just a game of a kill
Сейчас то же самое делаю. Зашел с первой игры, сгорел.
Он мне уже писал.
А с кем я думаю?
Да, с кем ты в одном доме лутаешься.
Не произноси его имя. Ебать, зона жесткая просто.
Мульта. Паум. Ты как этот? Как смотрел полицейский с Рублевки? Там Володя не мог приносить имя Измайлов, ёп. Так ты скоро будешь это имя не произносить, но.
Да не то, что в Мильте. Ты смотри, ползоны в воде находится.
Ну там драка будет. Все будет зависеть от Мильта Паун. И этот как он. Кто Мильту займет, и завод. В заводе будет драка нормальная. Завод тоже в зоне.
Не, там, наверное, берег надо занимать сразу. Лутаться в Мильте и сразу берег. Вот команда Донава.
Да Донава, они в этом.
Как Донава, они в починках очень, в рожке. Я думал, в Мильте будет.
Ну, игра будет через завод, у них у всех большинство. На заводе драка будет.
Там Нави недалеко от Мильта.
Угу. В заводе драка будет. Коряк. Первый раз увидел.
О, сейчас дробашну.
Вот тачку берет.
Это с мутантом вообще вообще не залутанный, да. Заебись тем, кто в Мильте, вот лутаешь Мильту и сразу туда вправо, на берег уходишь. Там где-то вышка стоит.
72 килла. 71 граната. 83 минуты. Или что там, в суммарке, что он живет, или что там показывает? А, упал.
Показывает, насколько он разносторонний.
In that southeastern corner, then yeah, then you gotta spend time to gear up for long fights, to gear up for these edge fights, and try to get your points that way.
See that is going to be the freaks already crossing the
bridge, saying,
we do know that military base is in this, but no, it's not going to be our home. We're going to go ahead and make the gamble into the north. It is the smart play.
Видите, сразу вот нормальная команда, сразу поехала занимать берег.
Так. Там хуёвый будет, надо было им там оставаться. Хотя... Так она, они, блять, они падали в Мильтопауну, мне кажется.
Вот бугор занимают и все, заебись.
Вон КДФ едут тоже.
А изы тут сидят, уже Йохи сидят.
Ну, Йохи что-то в последнее время меня не радует, но... Вот сейчас...
Со счетов не списывают.
Те вот что-то тоже сейчас опять последнее место свое заняли.
Which has happened a couple times.
Yeah, sure, of course, yeah.
So Danoa making their send as they're going to be moving into that southwest lumberyard. You know that path thing. We're going to be running by the road.
Один с команд, грубо говоря,
Потому
вверху.
что очень мало территории, площадь на этом. Айкон подставляется. Что он, блядь, мутит-то нахуй. Вообще не хочет играть на финале. В итоге церберы уже делают сколько киллов?
Почти склад закрыли.
2 килла, 3 килла.
3. Ну, видишь, минус тайка.
Все, 4 килла. Не, ну 4 в 1 нормально.
А капитан у них кто? У церберов. А, вот, я вон увидел, вот он. Как его, блядь, ник?
Тимос?
Да. Нет, не Тимос. Ну, сейчас я тебе скажу. Покажу. Кто он в ангаре, блядь, да покажи ты снайперкой. Вон. Хайсаки, да, Хайсаки у них капитан. Блядь, половину с ников нахуй, я вообще забываю. Я команд нахуй забываю, ебать.
In some ways I get it, right? You're trying to change your own form and your own momentum, but instead you've done the opposite.
Ну, видишь, эти мост пока караулят. Но они понимают, что до зоны ебать им сколько ехать. Но. Пока чекают мост. Он, видишь, он говорит, что они тут стоят на.
Ждут вот этих, наверное.
Кого, говорит, закрывать они пытаются. А, ебнули. Эти едут добивать.
Шмотки разложил. Ты с титрами играешь? С русскими титрами смотришь?
Нет, с английскими. А чё? Тут нету русских титров. Тут только английский. Я и то успеваю половину предложений только перевести. Тут обычно по 2 предложения, субтитры. Видишь, показывает. Я успеваю только верхние перевести.
А, английский знаешь,
ну, чутка.
По-русски ты, блядь, с ошибками пишешь. Откуда ты английский знаешь?
Чутка. И то вот, если по титрам смотрю.
It's relatively safe. There's a ton of cover on the outside of this. When you get to, if it does start shifting down towards the beach, towards the southeast,
это контроль, типа, контролит это. Сервера. Дорогу контролят.
А, вот как он умер. Он на мотоцикле в ангаре.
And then they crashed into this. So I guess this was sort of inadvertent, but or maybe this was intentional from the beginning, but yeah, Hisaki are just not pushed in time by Helen. Helen gets one.
Ебать, почти.
I don't know if he even pulled the trigger when he went around the corner there the second time.
Я видел, почти эти высадил с дробаша. Он видел, дал тычку, а видать в броню въебал.
На 16 месте были, уже на 9-м, но.
Ну, плюс ультанули, что там, если сейчас те ультанут, у них плюс x2 идет сейчас.
А там до топ-4 недалеко осталось, но. Там разница, ебать. 8 фрагов, но.
Да-да.
Ух, ебать, жестко.
Или слышь, повтор, как высадили с Мосинки, ёп.
Скоряга, охуенно.
А, вот они кого ждут. Или нет?
Я не знаю, ждут они там еще или нет.
Нет, не ждут никого.
It's just a beautiful name. It just rolls off
the
the top.
Whatever your headcanon is, it's just true.
Yeah, just make up whatever you want.
А, ну смотри, эти к ним в спину едут.
Может, зона, знаешь, куда ультальнуть? Вот сюда, на остров, в Сосновку, ёпть. Его-то будет мясо, нахуй. Нет, не ультанул.
Там, где я и говорил, зона.
А вот прикинь, ультанет вот в этот город потом, на Сосновку, в эту Сосновку, в этот маленький городочек.
Новорепная?
Да, на воде будут ебать. Что, какой замес будет, мне интересно. Ну давай посмотрим. Я думаю, что туда ультанет. Типа, чтобы... Ну, сейчас посмотрим. Нави сейчас по Нави отстрел не высаживают. Пока вообще не летит у этого.
Тут не высаживают. О, высадил. Двоих высадили. Сейчас займут их позицию, будет вообще охуительно. Вот в этом матче Нави могут ультануть.
Возможно. Посмотрим. 80-70 у них очков. Ну, 17 очков разница. Ты видел, да, как эти догнали? 30... Сколько? 30 очков твист догнали. За сегодняшние катки. Так что это еще не показатель, что 17 очей.
They've already found themselves a position. Question Mark and Wildcard still are two teams that are on the outside to the north, and it's going to be in Tropic, still on military bases. Now all of the fun in this area is going to pop off. I gotta say, this is probably one of my favorite circles on Erangel. I love this, whenever it goes in this military.
Опа. Нави там кого-то высадил. В итоге сбили своего. Нави плюс 3.
A position that frankly Afrika, or not Afrika, I did it, there it was. I was waiting for me to call them instead of Kwangdong. They used to be the Afrika Freaks, now the Kwangdong Freaks. For Kwangdong to hold this spot, but instead it's going to be Na'Vi.
Oh no, and Tropic are moving across the bridge at the exact same time. Question Mark is going to be coming into here. Ivas is leading the way. Nalip is still pretty far back for Entropic, so it's just the three members that are going to be coming up. They can play that western side and just kind of pass each other, and I think that's what's going to happen is, yeah, this is a peculiar fight.
Блять, говорю тебя, микрофон выключил, меня спрашивал. Вот, момент. Высадки.
Out in the open makes it easy for the crossfire with the way that Na'Vi had fanned out. And again, your other two players, when I looked at the map, the Doritos were driving in the other direction during the fight.
А ты, Серег, Сергей, то что ли отошел, блядь? Сергей, раз. А, он походу отошел тоже. Сейчас посмотрим, подождите секундочку, мышка зарядилась, вот окно. Но эти сейчас вот могут подставиться неплохо так. Ой-ой-ой. Сейчас буду здесь походу забирать.
Having so much better aim means that some of those 2-2 splits that you used to get away with, you're not anymore. And so you may have to make sure that you're really prioritizing the good 2-2.
Бля, ебать, где у Нави один. У Нави где?
Бля, зона-то наебет все-таки. Снизу ушла жестко. Если в следующий круг не уйдет жестко сверху, то у Нави будут проблемки. Там везде поле нахуй.
Блять, группу двумя П, ну ладно, похуй. Нормально так. Ну видишь, что твистов сейчас подымут. Вот. Завод этот, ну там два челика у них всего лишь. Ебать, что творит на 17-м? 17-е. Вот на Нави едут, ОМ. Посмотрим.
И Q высадили.
Ой-ой-ой-ой.
А, Цербер спиздил фраг. У Церберов 5. Мало того, что они тот выиграли, тут уже 5.
Но они сидят Церберы в нормальной такой позиции тоже. Они, видишь, 3 дома забрали, каждый по дому.
You can see that QM is trying to get their bearings on exactly what's going on around them at the time. Na'Vi also looks like they're getting a smidge more friendly to the Milta area. As you can see, it's going to be example moving in. He does look like he's getting pulled away as Naleb starting to have some throwables come at him, and really it's just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he's just trying to buy as much time as he can, and maybe, you know, someone else crashes this, does some damage to QM. You know, you can see Hobbits has been knocked out there. There is, of course, this one has a roof, unlike a lot of these types of buildings on this map. So, you know, he could go up there. There are a lot of options for Naleb to play with.
There's a lot of ways to extricate yourself out of this building.
Блять, они чё своего не поднимут? Типа нет смысла или чё?
Upstairs, they can listen to the footsteps and was that his own?
Почему? Рано просто.
No, it's Phil first.
Okay, so Entropic is eliminated. Now it's going to be more about what's going to be going on. I will say that we see some strong positions being played throughout this. 17 is still playing that hillside to the north around Lumberyard, and it's going to be Wildcard that's going to be the opposite side from them.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more bolt action from Waikigumukau. That was always enjoyable from them. But right now, 17 is just kind of waiting this out, just seeing if they can find that knock, find that opportunity, find that moment to try to make their maneuver. Of course, they've been absolutely just disgustingly good on Erangel throughout this event. So see if they can rack in some points, see if they can pull themselves ahead of Twisted Minds, who looms just to their east. There's a very important circle shift here, Matt. You know, it has to remove as much water as possible.
Почти все команды еще есть. 14 команд. Почти все фуловые.
Видишь, и зона, я ж тебе сказал, будет походу в этом, в заводе. На заводе будет.
На заводе, либо на горе он там, под горой.
Ну там йохи неплохо сидят так. Ох, высадили.
Блять, команды EU подбираются. Перетяжка от серверов. Чуть не задавил своего. Ой, хорошая. Еще одну сюда повторить.
Высадит, высадит. Нет.
У Эры хорошая позиция. Держит завод, всю территорию. Сейчас машина взорвется. Оу, shit, man. Усаживают КДФ.
Now the Freak's going to make their send in along the same pathing as it's going to be United that does manage to take down Lash and End. Looks like he's going to go ahead and drop the vehicle.
Сейчас кто-нибудь выйдет на балконе на заводе. Сразу со всех сторон выебут нахуй. Ну так-то. Сейчас Нави будут, наверное, перетягиваться.
Сейчас перетяжка, да, от Нави будет от QM.
Not the worst of shape. You can see one of those Dacias is about to blow up, so that one's probably not going to be ideal for this push. 17 able to keep a couple vehicles alive behind this. Grenade bouncing way too far as 17 doing a good job utilizing this rock for cover and to keep themselves kind of safe from.
Так, перетяжка пошла.
Cerberus has two members that have already made landfall very close to 17 in Wildcard's position and still have
QM едут на Нави.
Back behind this one. Inside of Milta itself. I think that a couple of people are just kind of waiting for the calm and
не будет ли это ошибкой? 17-й тут пушит. Это ошибка, мне кажется.
This has just gotten crazy complicated as 17 now finally repositioning themselves in a way they can do this, but throwables now starting to come out.
За экспириенс покидают нас. Вилкарт обходит. Что происходит? 17-й, что вы можете что-то сделать? Ой, сейчас еще играет, взорвется машина. Машина взорвется. Ой, куда ты выпрыгнул? Куда ты выпрыгнул?
Ой-ой-ой.
Он выпрыгнул на горящую машину с пол ХП.
Ну, я видел.
И взорвался. Бля, я даже не увидел, как Нави нас покинули. Ладно, 6 фрагов они сделали, неплохо.
Ну, я видел.
Я что-то только на текст смотрел.
Нормально такой. Сейчас высадит, смотри.
Прикрыли свои.
Ой.
Высадили. Он на Йохов поехал.
Ну, Йохи тоже темная лошадка, нахуй.
Йохи, да.
Они сидят, нет, а потом как ёбнут нахуй.
Вон, их 4 сейчас. Они в игре.
Да, я понял.
Ой-ой-ой, не-не-не, далеко.
Then it's a cleaner push, so that way when you're cresting that hillside, people just aren't spraying you down. United gets some vision into this one, and yep, there we go. Throwables now starting to become more and more of a factor, but overpickers, how are you going to get rid of these reds?
I mean, I figured overpickers would add a few more.
Ой, не видит.
Как
бы не сгорел сейчас.
So, yeah, you're doing a little bit of damage there to the back of Shao Hai. He is going for the res onto Yuppie, but the Molly is not going to force the knock onto him. You can see for overpeakers, the damage utility in terms of frags and Molly seems to be expended, so they're going to go to try, probably go for like a flank, a wide angle.
Едет на машине и глянь, что делает.
Так у них, знаешь, какие там быстрые руки, нахуй. У них клавиатура прям под собой расположена. Они там так щелкают, нахуй, что как на машинке с стирали.
Сонька, быстрые ручки.
Ты видишь, где у них клава стоит? Они боком расположены, ёпта, вообще.
У кого-то вообще вертикально она стоит.
Просто вот, я
он как будто на других кнопках какие-то играет.
У меня Илюх так играет вертикально.
В смысле, клавиатура вот так стоит, кверху?
Да.
Как он так играет?
Ну, она не кверху, получается, он прям под себя ее подвигает, где кнопки. Где бегать, здесь на стрелочку. Не а стрелки вверху у него. Не знаю, нравится, говорит, ему так играть. И все.
Мне кажется, они для сложности игры это так делают.
Почему для сложности игры? Типа, так намного легче, он говорит, чем она расположена. Ты типа быстро все перебегаешь, переставляешь. Он когда сидел у меня, играл, говорит, блядь. Как ты, говорит, так играешь, ну?
Не знаю, я вот сейчас двигаю, мне вообще так никак не.
Видишь, тебе непривычно, а у него она прям под собой, чуть ли не под грудью лежит, на груди почти.
Я всегда играл на ноутбуке, там, на пуюке, всегда ровно. У меня стоит параллельно мне. Так, ну что, фейзы до сих пор все живы.
Твист тоже. Ну, это... Ты не забывай, что...
Фейзы очень уверенно в зоне сидят.
Из церберов один жив. Он каждому, вот кто по одному, они каждому 17-й. Они могут попортить немножечко...
Ну да, в какой-то момент могут это...
В какой-то момент выйдут нахуй, ёбнут двоих, ебать, и все, что ты им... Ничего не будет. Перетяжка пошла.
Ох, высадят их обоих сейчас еще. -1.
Тачка горит. А там твисты за бугром и 17
сидит.
Увидит, нет 17-го?
Да, он уже контролит. 17 сам контролит.
А, он с грозой даже? Ебать.
Зря полез.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Понимает, наверное, твисты понимают, что там у них челик. Ой, сейчас его высаживают эти еулы. У него выбора не было никакого.
Солоси лежит. Ждет момента. Подсосать фрашки еще.
Ну, а чё, нормально.
Вот, смотри, разница между Церберами и 5 местом. 5 очков всего.
Ну да.
Они сейчас спокойно могут в топ-5.
Нави упали на 4-е, ебать-то урод.
Ю 7 фрагов, ебать.
Вот сейчас могут твисты выйти в этот, как в топ.
Да, смотри, как бы Ю сейчас не вышли в топ. И они тогда могут даже твистов почти обогнать. Это как он кинул ему аптечку-то?
Че?
Ты видел? Как он ему аптечку кинул?
Но он чисто ее выкинул с рюкзака. И она упала вниз ему.
Да, не знаю, что он там гасится. Но он не в зоне, он уже все, он должен, наверное, ничего особо не сделать.
Там и твисты не в зоне.
Ой-ой, 1 хп остался.
Ну сейчас могут ультануть третьи и забрать топ-1 вообще просто. Если ультанут здесь
Подожди. Какие нахуй третьи?
ЕУ или как они?
Ну смотри, позиции у ЕУ и ФУЗ. Они, мне кажется, сейчас вообще друг против друга будут пиздить. Минус твист. Один твист пошел Цербера искать. Вот сейчас под шумок Цербер может твистам нахуй. Ну, Йох в итоге забирает твист. Смотри, вот сейчас они будут... они его подняли. Вот сейчас сюда гранату от Солози, и это будет просто пиздец. А он уже с гранатой ползет. Так, Ю с фризами начинают.
Ну, минус 1. Можно пушить.
Все, они его уже не поднимут.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Не, в фейзе не вывезут. Да. Тервер кого-то убил. Смотри, ползет, блин.
А он твистов по этого.
Да, он кого-то из твистов положил.
И твисты ползут.
Он уже на 8-м. Твист умирает. А Цербер до сих пор живой.
Бля, нахуй кидать, тебе он бы мог в зону заползти. Ёбаный в рот. Шанс Церберов 13%, ебать. У Ю, ну вот это, 53%.
ЕУ 11 фрагов. Я тебе говорю, если они сейчас выиграют, они в топ-1 зайдут. У него еще и 2 тачки стоит.
Так он может подпушить сейчас всем. Если он увидит первых Еула, то он подпушит их и эти залетят в топчик.
Не знаю, мне кажется, что Ехи выиграют. У них позиция хорошая. Этим надо подниматься где-то, обходить, а те уже сидят в кемпах. Ну, не в кемпах.
Ну, смотря, знаешь, что Цербер, если сейчас Йох подпушит чутка, убьет.
4 в 3 пуш идет, смотри. Эти убегают, кемпы, эти догоняют спину, сейчас будут наставить.
Если Цербер поможет чутка им, то эти забирают топ-1.
Нет, отступают к машинам, походу. Эти засели в приемку. Ползят.
Красава вообще, ебать. Вот смотря кому он нервы подпушит. Кому он сделает добро и убьет челика. Понимать, что он слева есть у него.
The recipe is brewing again.
It's like Belmoth 2.0 here. It's definitely
Но ему выгоднее ЕУ испортить нервы.
И Йохи тогда забирает топ.
Но Йохов, они хотя бы... Йохи еще ниже них. А вот если дать возможность ЕУ, еще одна команда уйдет в топ.
Chilling out in that corner, and if they can clear that, then we have a fair 4v4.
And now it's just about using the rocks, using the hillside. Any peak right now that connects.
А все, зоны нет. Ему сейчас надо просто пожить.
Его видят.
Его спалили, да.
Он встал. Он встал. Ему не надо было вставать. Он встал, и его спалили.
Да, Йохи, мне кажется, выиграют. У них зона быстрее уходит.
У кого, у Йох?
Да. Смотри, эти сейчас делают дымовую стену, и эти будут выходить из дымовой стены, а эти будут встречать. Минус один. Они его поднимать не будут. Минус 2. Все, идут пуш. Минус 3. Все, последний. Все. Еху! Я тебе говорил, подожди, на. Сейчас они еще, блядь, покажут. Так же, как и серверы, блядь, скрытые. Скрытая лошадка, блядь. Пойду похаваю.
А сейчас перерыв, походу, будет.
Hard for United to have to deal with. This is their home territory. This is a circle that they play well. They had the tools, they had the utility, and that fight just came apart on them. More aggressive side of Yoho paying off.
Yeah, this was beautiful from them. I mean, I love the way they handled the end of this. It's not an easy fight by any stretch of the imagination against a really good team. And, you know, speaking of good teams, I think I want to hear what the desk has to say.
Well, I am excited to see a big victory from a new team as Yoho does come out on top, but I gotta be honest, it is going to be one that the North American crews talk about non-stop. I'm Taviz, I'm joined by Toby and Avenger here on the desk as we break down the win from Yoho. They played it very well, but E-United had a chance to take the top spot, and these are two teams that there is no love lost between them. United's gonna hate this.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I saw Sololsi, maybe he was gonna get a little more impact in that end game there as well, but fortunately taken down before Chaos came around.
It was actually given from United. The information was given. They heard what direction they were shooting at, right? Then Sparking instantly, I know, then they saw him, he started running, boom. Sparking was able to close that down there. And honestly, in general, I love this 4 versus 4, 5 potentially. Like, and there's so much on the line for these guys there. It's insane. I love that. But the advantage was actually on your host side in terms of terrain, in terms of coming out of safe cover. United had to fight face first, then they had to fight off Yahoo for the backside push when they were resting. And in general, Yahoo had this in the back because of also where they were from the circle side.
I mean, you said they have it in the back, but I feel like Yahoo was being extremely proactive when the circle went up to them. Instead of just sitting in the compound waiting things out, they wrap out on the east side, but they cannot fully commit to it because 2 teams with 4 alive, they see 9 alive in the leaderboard. There is a snake somewhere. We cannot go full on this one because we could get backstabbed. So they push up, they make sure that E-United can't do anything to wrap towards them, and then once they force back the other way, that's when they come back to the compound again.
And the end of the match, there is a Rockets red glare. There were bombs bursting in the air, and ultimately Yoho comes out on top. And I do want to remind everyone, if you go all the way back to the early brackets, the winner's bracket, E-United got a kill from Sky Garden that got Yoho into this bracket. And so in a way, Yoho pays them back with a chicken dinner steal.
For this as well, a huge win in this case here. They're going to be able to propel them up the leaderboards. This good motivation for going into the rest of the grand final here. United as well, 11 kills, guys, and look at the amount of smokes that they had to use, 23.
I feel like United, while it was an amazing game for them, they also really reaped the rewards of overpeakers stumbling, I would say, on the side of many mils of power. I mean, we see James trying to come back and trying to help out Clip, who was kind of stuck up in that position. Had they just left that for Clip to play on his own, then taking the fight to take me away once they left, that would have been United having to leave that compound with 3 overpeakers right next to them. But overpeakers take the fight, they commit to it, they fall. That makes so much more space for United to push out.
They also know with the drive down to the other ridge, they had an idea that there's going to be more space, but they just had so many vehicles that are able to hide behind. So it wasn't an advantage. Obviously, they got the kill on Freaks, who got that point, so that's fine. But still, either play on the side where 17 Gaming ended up, or something else would maybe have been more beneficial if they knew about all the vehicles that there was in the cover.
Yeah, United benefited doubly from that. Not only did they watch the fight, but they got to steal some of those kills in the process.
Flood, though, in this fight versus FaZe Clan, he demolished FaZe Clan.
That FaZe
my god.
Crucial not only that they win the fight, but win the fight without taking casualties and get the fight over with quickly before the teams left alive, could really get off the position to it.
It was actually just, and it was a ton of fun to honestly watch that fight go down. There was multiple 4v4s, which you always love to see. And I did say United is going to be disappointed with losing to Yoho, but it's not. They picked up 11 kills, second place. The chase is on, as this will open the door for them to close that gap with 17 Twisted Minds, I think pretty significantly.
I mean,
as for the sake of the leaderboard, though, we would love to see United win, so they could have been, you know, going into the last match of the day, it would have been extremely close. But I love to see Yoho being able to step up here in this case, especially, you know, sparking popping off.
And while United has been climbing the leaderboards down towards the bottom, okay, this time around Na'Vi does manage to find 6 kills, but that is back-to-back finishes outside of the top 10. Na'Vi night and day in terms of performances, but that is unfortunately also the Na'Vi that we know.
And they come hot and cold, but we'll see what they do as we have one more game left to play. Twisted Minds 17, both finishing outside of that top 4, but putting some points on the board. And a big shout out, of course, to Overpeakers, who always seems to show up in the mix somehow. Yoho takes the win. Look at the damage. Balefrost, 890.
Almost 1K club. But only 2 kills. But for sure in this case here, when you're able to dish out so much damage, also the 2-2 split they had, in general, they were able to put so much damage to all the teams peeking around the right. Classic Balefrost in this case here.
This is also, if you go back to sort of that, we watched a little bit of an interview with Punij earlier, and he talked about our plan is to work as hard as we can, do our best, plan and build for 2023. It's a very young club, and the fact that they're coming out with a chicken dinner in the grand finals and a performance like this, even if they don't end up in the top 5 at the end of this whole thing, this is going to be a huge confidence booster.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. And the way they did it too, I mean, the position they're playing from, yes, they do get to do a lot of damage, but they need to do a lot of damage because that is crashable compounds. We've seen it time and time again where teams try and pull up and manage to take away the compounds from them, but they manage to stay alive throughout all of it.
Going into the last game of the day, 17 manages to hold on to the lead at 93, Twisted Minds at 92. United is closing that gap with only a 10-point chase now when we started with a much bigger gap. The top teams have left the door cracked, Martin.
Honestly, this grand final, and so far after 9 games, it's one of the closest and most exciting grand finals we've had. It's insane. Yes, Na'Vi fall behind a little bit, but one good game still. They're still kind of latching onto that top 4. But the gap, Toby, from 4th to 5th and beyond. I mean, oh my god.
You say it's one of the closest. Yeah, sure, the closest between 4 teams.
Yeah.
The remaining 12, I mean, they are sinking by the second. I mean, they really need to get something together if they want to come back in this. Anyone sitting 5th and below.
Well, you know, you brought this up earlier, Martin, the fact that when you go to the middle, they're separated. It's $5,000 between placements, lots of money on the line. Do you think the compactedness of that middle is slowing down some of those teams? Like they're aware of, they don't want to take risks because the difference between 5th and 14th is only a few points.
I just think it's the top 3 teams that's slowing down everyone.
That's fair. It's hard. Whenever someone's sucking up all of those points, there's not a lot of options for you. The mid-pack, though, I think they're trying. These circles have been tough. That one in particular, I mean, that first circle was, what, 60%?
It was a lot of water. We heard the crowd as well go, ooh. Like when the crowd gasped the way that they did that was no doubt. That was a tough one to stop with.
Well, let's see if we can make the crowd gasp one more time when we get back from the break. It is the final match of day 2 here at PGC 2022.
Callisto the Dead move. Dead. Gives me chills every time. Things are changing. They're evolving.
Yeah, I mean, Yahoo is going to need some help from QN if they're going to get through. Navi's grenades are great. Day Trade is wiped out in a heartbeat.
But he is the defending line. Playing along this line right now, it is going to be Dante that goes down.
To keep the pressure on here for Donawa. They know they have QM on the back foot. Lou's still out in the blue. Will he play a factor in this fight? Soldier's going to spray down the...
So Donawa now is going to move more into the smokes along this line, trying to block out where Wildcard is going to be sitting at. That is going to be question mark going down. But now has Wildcard managed to find an angle to work with his Lou.
Into Donawa, just soul left. Spraying over the top of the hill, does quite a bit of damage. Looking for the finish on the Greg shot. Gonna find the point, at least 12 kills. To run for the cover in front of him on the hills, and that sets up Patulins perfectly for these nades.
What is 17 wanting to do with this throwable now coming out, and this is just going to be all she wrote. Question mark.
Guangdong freaks on the beach rotation. TMA is right here, though. Crazy and Yuppie. They're going to start spraying right away. Lash takes a bunch of damage. He is gone. EN, though, and the rest of them coming. What a spray from Crazy.
Crazy doing a great job here. He just demolishes the freak. Need a big connect. Yep, but still not a down. Follow-up? Nah, Molotov's not going to hit it.
That might have been a good grenade from Show. It's right on the money. 2 down for E United. Kickstart out on the northeast edge as he watches the rest, and he's just going to...
Kings land pretty close. 777 has an angle onto it, and oh my god, Day Trade was not expecting that one.
Yeah, this guy's been absolutely nuts with the ARs, but it's just on to 777 now.
И 40 секунд. Нави что-то сдали чутка. От топ-4 их пока сместили. Твист сейчас. Ну, 17-я команда как закрепилась. Второй день не отдает топ. Йохи тоже ультанули. Церберы и Йохи ультанули. Цербера сразу. Аж 49-й. Сейчас карты возьмут. Вот он. Понеслась. Смотрим раскатку. Куда кто прыгнет.
As it has now gotten much more spicy. Yes, E United did not walk away with the victory, but now have managed to at least get into a point where they can start assaulting that #1 spot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they're making a steady march forward. They've leapfrogged Na'Vi up into third place now. You know, Kickstart is now our top damage dealer, almost 4,000 damage in 9 games. Absolutely brutal stuff coming out of him. Blood now into fourth, so you know, just the whole team is really firing on all cylinders. I know they're probably going to be a bit disappointed with a couple of the games today and how they shaked out in the end, but still, they're still doing a really good job. They're taking good fights in the mid game in particular, giving themselves at least a shot in the late game.
I was joking around with you is, as an America's caster, I have to say that kind of ended up better for our region as a whole, as Yoho did need the points more, and now is only 1 point back behind Day Trade, and now gives them a much needed momentum boost.
Oh yeah, in terms of just like, you know, if you want parity in the leaderboards, yeah, that one went pretty good for everybody else below there, but still, it looks like that 4th place to 5th place margin may very well be about 20 points like Kickstart predicted to me at lunch today before we came here. So a Northern Circle, we get a different one. I mean, at least, hey, our circles are different. We're getting various ones today. It's been all over the maps. Everybody's getting equal opportunity to, you know, be angry at the way the circle goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's always what social media is about, right?
Just being angry about circles, yeah.
Jesus, why do you do
this to me? Yes, why do you do this to me? And it's not. It's almost like, you know, there's actually just good teams that have been good for years in PUBG esports, and it's almost like there's a reason. I mean, yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah.
I'm done with this,
it's almost like RNG doesn't make that big of a difference in this
Кто в прошлой игре?
Consistency is king, as Sparking finds himself king with 5 kills inside that one. Blood coming back in, as well as Mexi. You have to remember the fact that we've been seeing a lot of bounce back in this area. Overpeakers is just this very weird recipe for success that I'm loving to watch.
They're fun. I mean, you know, let's set the clock on who's going to die first here.
Словерку сразу взял.
Clip out on his own, so
dude,
put the
1 point away from 5th place behind Navi is, and Overpeakers doing it.
I know, dude. They're getting it done, and you love to see it. I mean, again, a unbelievably talented group of players in that squad. So some of the most experienced at internationals.
I have to talk about this team for a second because I consider this to be one of the potential future of the Americas region. Whenever we look at it, as it's pretty diverse across. Yeah, Yoho, as we do have a Latin American player that is playing with North American players, and we got a couple of splashes of different stuff that's going on inside of it. So this is kind of like one of our first teams that is kind of the embodiment of what Americas could become, instead of just being kind of 2 sub-regions separated apart.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of that, absolutely. I think United is probably
Залутался здесь.
got a higher, well,
Ну, он сети в зоне.
You know, just coming into this event, I would have predicted that United.
Rosters. I'm not going to go after the point totals.
No, I know, but I'm talking about like potential. I mean, I would have put United ahead of Yahoo on my. In fact, I did on my power rankings. But look, they still Yahoo is. I mean, Sparking for me is one of those players who the sky is the limit for him. I wouldn't be surprised if next year at PGC we're talking about Sparking as one of the 5 best players at the event. The guy is a grinder. You know, you talk to him and he eats, sleeps, and breathes PUBG. He wants to be the best. It is something that he thinks about and talks about and works for. So for me, you know, book it, clip it. You know, 1 year from now, Sparking top 5 player at PGC.
He's one of those guys. Also, when you talk to him, it's like it inspires you to want to be better, just because he's so passionate about it.
Yes.
Like he's so happy to put in the work. Like the only way I can kind of like joke about it every once in a while is he just kind of feels like the Naruto of PUBG. Like he just wants it so bad and is always working so hard and is so positive and believes that he's going to get there.
He's in a shonen anime.
He is in his own anime, and he thinks he's going to get it. And I mean, last game proves the fact that he's on the path.
No doubt. Individually, he is just beyond belief. So, you know, and his team's very good behind him. And I know we talk a lot about him, but everybody behind him on that Yoho squad is got a lot of potential, a bright future. So a team that, yeah, absolutely I love to watch play. I'm very excited they got here in one of the most tense moments there to squeak into that 8th place slot in the winner's bracket. So, you know, big congratulations, and now they're putting up wins up to 10th place. As, you know, Twisted Minds just watching Navi drive on by, and Navi, it's started to slow down a little bit for them. This is kind of a game where maybe they can bounce back, get some momentum underneath them, and kind of find that sort of just unbelievable firepower that we know they're capable of. God, these minis are just nuts for Twisted Minds. They're so good.
Yeah, this is, we do see the fact that Navi is going to get into position, kind of. I don't think that they're really wanting to stay along this Rajak positional, so They might continue along that bridge, but they get there. They get there.
Пробили
That's really what
крыльцо.
matters.
They got there. That's, you know.
They got there right around the
But
same
it
time
could be
17's looking at them.
a bridge too far.
Yeah. Now let's see.
I mean, 17 here is kind of using Suju.
Сейчас будет
You
стычка.
know, they're going to maybe try to bait Navi into Suju. Little Ghost just got popped in the head, though. That feels bad.
Man, that was just like a 6 cent spinning back round. So now
look at these grenades. Look at how well coordinated these are.
Oh man, he's just bouncing those around, and that's going to be a vehicle gone. But Navi at least going to get back into this pretty clean.
Look at the timing and the coordination on the angles. You know, those grenades landing almost at the exact same time. That's just beautiful communication, beautiful teamwork from 17. But a good escape there for Navi. Yeah, like you said, they're going to have to sack a lot of smokes in a vehicle for that.
Here's the issue, though. 17 likes to push stuff. They aren't going to just kind of let this one chill where it's at. I would be surprised if this is going to be a continual hunt and trying to see if they can get a knock. And I wouldn't, if they know who's next to them, because right now they don't really know. But if they get a knock and know who's next to them, that's going to be
and think
they're
about
going to go.
think about how good they are at fighting in cities, Matt. I mean, there's a reason they're the kings of Pachinki and Picado. Very few
Работает,
teams will mess with
работает
them. I'd say the
724.
only team that was at this event that probably could have was SGD, but they didn't get this far. So very rare to see Soul with an M24. That is not a gun preferred rifle or sniper rifle for him. He is a DMR guy through and through. But Donawat seemingly had to cut loot a bit early to try to get ahead of the river. They wanted to be one of those teams that didn't get stuck on the bad side like we're seeing with Navi. So sometimes you got to make those those sort of calculations.
I've just got to call it out because it makes me happy because it never gets any love. West Georgia Pole Bridge. Got some people that are driving across it. You can see the TMA just made their cross. It doesn't get
this
very
bridge
much
gets
traffic.
a lot of love in Asia. Well, I'm just gonna say a lot of teams use this bridge in Asia.
I mean, it happens every once in a while, but I don't know. Like whenever we go on the America's side of this one, I just never really seem to see anybody that wants to commit it.
I'm always kind of like curious about how like weird little things like that, regional differences play out because like I see teams use this bridge all the time in Asia, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Да уже идет, сейчас походу из Нави одного нокают.
It's just not a very
common.
Yeah,
Нет.
Twisted Minds though are definitely living up to the way they've been commonly playing this one, and
Чуточек не хватило.
They've got Perfectix on one side and Ghost on the other, and
he's playing with a ton of confidence here, Matt. I mean, to push out to this position, to feel that the rest of his team has him secure like that, because that's a pretty exposed area on that hill, and now you've kind of put Navi in sort of a tricky spot where they're getting peppered by 17. So, Twisted Minds understands that they have Navi in a not great spot, right? But the problem for Twisted Minds is they have like a couple teams potentially coming up behind them, and I say that FaZe might just pull up and fight.
Опасно.
I'm waiting to see if we manage to keep all 4 overpeakers up. Maybe it's just it. They level up whenever they lose one. They all just get stronger. It's a cumulative power, right? And so whenever one of them dies, the other ones just get like what, 33% stronger.
That's yeah, they're like Saiyans, right? They're really close to death, and then they just power right up.
I'll let that one go. Yes, I will agree. So now I've made a Naruto reference. You've made a Dragon Ball Z reference, and the entirety of the chat is either going wild or raging.
Сейчас закроет одного.
Oh, Gustav though has got himself an angle onto question mark, and he's going to take some damage. But now he's going to move into the shack of creepy dolls, and that's also going to probably be followed up by a couple of Molotovs, as his last sight is going to be something absolutely terrifying.
Ну, его прикрывают. Не так просто будет его запушить.
Уже забрали. Уже добили, убили. А его ёбнули уже. У этих тоже 1-1 размен пошли.
Yeah, one on each side, and this is a 30-32 side of lineup. So whoever wins this one is going to walk away the victor. Looks like AZ also might be just trying to move away from this one entirely, as Fex is going to go down in question mark with the momentum. Now also getting control of this fight.
Почему?
This is rough for FaZe and
Почему отстает?
teams here doing a lot of damage to each other, and Fex is such a talented
нормально.
individual player, and it is going to shift already mostly away from the water, mostly up to the northwest, so maybe shooting range circle this time.
Hey, well, we'll have to see.
Зона, конечно, пиздец северный ебало.
Really, it's not going to be too much more. It's more of this like 17 Navi Twisted Minds situation that I'm going to keep a close eye on as FaZe does get distance away. It's going to be Freaks though that do get shooting range. Now I see why he wanted a shooting range circle.
I actually didn't even really notice that What's the freaks in there? I swear. I just really wanted a shooting range circle. I like them. They're fun.
Well, it's going to be Batulin's taking some pot shots at tires, and I know Poro's going to be happy because he loves them tires.
Oh yeah,
pop
that's
numbers.
he's got some weird thing about that. You know, I don't know. He just really is keen on that. You guys used to keep track of that.
Yeah, we still do.
That's a little weird, but
hey, it's not our fault. The API keeps track of it. We just want to look at it.
No, I know, I get it. I mean, because you can get like in game, right?
Yeah.
You can get the missions, right? The weekly missions or the daily missions to pop tires. So yeah, it absolutely has
you
to
can
keep
also
track.
see like
Смотрим.
Vinces, all kinds of fun stuff. Like,
that's actually pretty cool.
We'll have to.
Oh yeah, that's something you don't want to encourage players to do.
Машину подрезали.
Smash through every fence.
It did get to be a problem for a while where there was like a race between two different players to see who could pop the most tires, and it was pretty competitive.
I mean, that's something.
I mean, they were also winning, and
well,
usually,
that's okay, then.
if you're popping, the reason why is where the joke comes from is the fact that if you're popping tires, then the fact that you're also denying rotations, other things like that.
They weren't just like pulling up along the road and like popping all the tires, getting back in, and driving down the road.
It's actually kind of a precursor sign to you having a lot of control over circles and territory.
It is. Yeah, absolutely it is. It is important.
Jokes aside, it is actually useful.
No, it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's just kind of funny. It's like,
well, it's just kind of, it is funny. Be like, oh my God, look, he's got #1 pop tires. Now Poro, I already know is looking. I'm looking back at him at the desk here.
He's like pulling up the stats right now. You know, it's it is kind of funny. Himas has overview of what is going on to the west here, and there are a couple teams that are trying to go west. You have Day Trade and FaZe, with Cerberus doing a 2-2 split on both, so 2 on each bridge. FaZe gonna be touched up by the blue.
Тебя могут закрыть.
Hear this and see this. Let's see if we can find the knock. Gonna have to switch to the AR. Oh, they should have 80 here.
If they can make it, they might be able to survive. But no, 80's gonna go down. Diggory out in the zone, just gonna be trying to roam away from this one. He's being sent very far into the west, but there is nobody else in front of him. He can pretty much go all the way to the coastline now, as he does get some safety away from it. Day Trade still has to move as well, and they're still out there. I don't know if they're wanting to come along the same path. They saw this, and Isaac sees them.
This is rather awkward now for Day Trade. I mean, it is phase 2 blue, so if they have enough health stored up, they could actually go for that far bridge that you so love. That far western bridge and make a long rotation. James gets a knock on to Perfectix, gonna try to follow
Ой-ой-ой, твистов одного ёбнули.
Short of the flush for that first couple grenades. In fact, I don't think they could quite get them into range to get the job done.
While we were watching
Будут нет подымать.
we did see all the teams that were in Rajak move forward, so that means that Twisted Mind's going to be over here next to Overpeakers, as well as 17 just to the west of the Na'Vi, went that more western route, and is going to be right along the roads, as you can see at the bottom of that circle. It's going to be moving kind of close to Cerberus, but not so much that it's scary. The things that we're still keeping an eye on is right underneath where the action
Ох, ебать.
does lean into that Saverny side, and that's this is okay. I'm about where we're going to be going, as Diggory is now going to finally make his appearance on the map, right back behind the action.
И все в зону захуяриваются.
Feels bad man circle. This is heavy breathing, not a lot of open space. Donawa trying to maneuver right alongside Twisted Mind. Spyro got the knock on to Helen. Donawa, are they just going to try to take this fight? Vexy's here as well. Overpeaker's showing up to the party. It is chaos. Saloon's going to go down. Danoa's wiped.
Ёбаное мясо. Твисты подтягиваются. Высадили твиста, он его собьется. Нави умирают. Получается Убах и Игзенбург. Но они вдвоем могут пострелять. Нет, все, ГГ.
Okay, well, that's just really weird now as Ian is going to go
Хорош.
down. Uba is going to put in the work off.
Ему надо добивать
What
обоих.
are we going to be able to do here is Navi's last hope, trying to cling to life, just trying to navigate what is just a hard fight to win. And another Thrillball's going to come in and finish that one out. Navi is done for the day. Now we're going to take an eye back into the circles.
Последняя игра.
Here's what's going to be going on with TE moving into their side. when we look at this, really, it's just EU United and 17 that are in our top 4 and been fighting it out that are still at 4.
Сейчас 17 счет настреляет, она уже второй день держит топ-1, нахуй. Они уже у них 2, но у них уже четверо живых, ебать.
Ну смотри, сегодня, когда начиналось, тоже была разница 20 очков между 17-ми и Нави. Нави за одну игру их почти догнали, там, сократили в десятку. Поэтому, если сейчас 17-е особо не уйдут дальше, то завтра можно перевернуть.
Возможно.
Подожди, гранд-финал же, по-моему, 4 команды всего будут сражаться.
Да нет, не будет гранд-финала, мне кажется. Вот суперфинал 4 дня будет идти. Ну, с 17 по 20 будет идти, и все, 3 дня.
Гранд-финал.
Гранд-финала не будет, мне кажется.
Вот сейчас гранд-финал.
Ну, суперфинала не будет.
Ты мне вчера сказал, что суперфинал еще будет.
А я сегодня посмотрел, не будет.
А вчера сказал, что будет. Хорош.
The hill line with Hemes. STE has to kind of be on the outside looking in. Ninja 2K there gets the knock and the flush here onto Heis. Actually, nope, Hikari stole the point, but still it clears some space here for the Expendables. Is now turning their attention down to Solalzi and then player
United's just going to go ahead and regroup and get themselves one of the bunkers to play from. It's off center of circle as Cerberus still out in this no man's land of problems with TE as Levi's is moving closer into 17, but that's kind of kicking the hornet's nest. Ninja 2K, who kind of started off this whole thing, now finding himself kind of with multiple angles of problems.
Yeah, it isn't the easiest here for the Expendables. Hemas trying to find a bit of a counter angle to the push for the Expendables, but there's a lot of smoke in the way, so right now there isn't too much that he can see. A grenade is going to at least force Ninja 2K back for a moment and give Cerberus
Так, Церберы уезжают втроем. Как-то у них получилось слинять из этой залупы. Саживают одного.
Yeah, they tried to escape the clutches of the Expendables, but TMA was in the way, so they're like, oh, I guess we just gotta go back to this fight now and see if we can do anything with it. But I mean, TE's position is just pretty superior. The numbers as well.
Граната под машиной.
Yeah, this is just taking one problem and making another one. Hamas did manage to at least get into a pretty decent spot, so might be playing for some placement points depending on how this one goes. Let's see, looking back into this one, we also have the freaks that are going to have to contend with Day Trade, who's
18-й, видишь, они от зоны играют.
17 Gaming is getting some good vision in a lot of what's going on and seeing if maybe they can pick up a couple of knocks or kills in all of this. We still have Entropic, Question Mark, Day Trade, Freaks all needing to get into a more comfortable spot.
Yeah, Lil Ghost has been knocked. It's been a rough day for Lil Ghost considering how just otherworldly he was yesterday. Flash finds some kind of safety, I guess, but that's still outside of the next circle. The Freaks are going to start throwing in their frags. Relo from long range, trying to find that finish on to Nurin's. A good shot there. It's actually Lucarux who got that. Lulu always now springs into action, gets the knock onto a COD, gets the flush. Actually, it's going to be Shao Hai. So the Freaks trying to hold this fence line, but yeah, but TMA's got the overwatch.
Sorry, Dickery is inside the circle, and he's kind of close to this, and so he's watching what's going on with Entropic. Flash still got to move in as the zone is coming in and causing a lot of problems. That's going to go ahead and be Day Trade eliminated. United has spotted out Diggory, as you can see the fact the question mark is going to be roaming right into where he's at. Is he going to be able to spot him and jumps through, and Entropic is eliminated?
Сбивает одного.
Ran himself over, but it was cool. I appreciate the style points at the very least. Nice try by QM here. It's a really challenging position. Aduzi trying to rescue teammates. Smokes are going to be out. It looks like they're kind of okay. I don't think United has an angle down into this. It's really just Diggory the only problem. And a solo player typically isn't going to be able to do too much about this with all these smokes that are out. So, yeah, I think QM's okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a while for them to reset before they can move, but they don't have too far to go in circle. United will see them once they try to go in the circle, though. But United has to make a move of their own. Wildcard still holding down Crossroads, feeling pretty good about it. Yahoo, only team that's really on the opposite side of this road, except for 2 members of Wildcard. Twisted Minds are still down there, as this is just going to be the continuation of the shooting range. As wow, this is about to get lit. We've got TE that's going to be coming in back behind what's going on with Freaks, as well as TMA. 17's going to be trying to cross in front of this one, as well as having Twisted Minds spot out. So the United still looking at what's going on with QM, as Digger is trying to make his path into the circle, and now it is just getting to be full on chaos. Everybody's sending it in. Who can you run over at any given time? 17 does manage to try to write this one up. Multiple members down for 17, but the issue is TE still has some vision into this.
Сейчас твисты могут подойти.
Не, им не дадут.
They can't finish the job onto 17, or at least try to, but Tulins really wanted to. You know that he wants to take 17 out of this game as soon as possible. So now finally,
Граната.
Ой-ой-ой, вот это грена.
bounces just a bit too far, but it is enough to clean out the show. Lil Ghost now attempting to be rezzed, and he is up and running. Can he get the heal off?
How much of this does Twisted Mind want to contend with? They realize oh my god, just narrowly dodging out that nade. The moves in front of them. Now starting to return the volleys between them. Twisted Minds doesn't want to move too far into it as the Freaks are eliminated. TE still has to make a move as it's going to be EU United taking shots. They still have to come into the circle as well, as it's going to be a full-on pincered fight between the remnants of Question Mark as well as Wildcard and Dickory, who's still trying to find a way into the circle and somehow doing it.
Well, he's going to have to take a fight here momentarily. Snakers knows it. He's got to play some good defense for United. Reload just res, needs to get that heal off in time. Start this fight. Grenades are out. This should be Dickory down and dusted. Indeed, yeah, really well coordinated there by EU. Phase out in 8th. At least you get a placement point for Dickory.
And now, well, let's look at how this is going to go. As TE is now hopped in vehicles and moving very close to 17, as this is going to be a continual throwable fiesta that's happening over here. Yoho still playing opposite side of the road. Question Mark now at least joining them, but very far to the north. Is this is really what we're looking at, is it's going to be EU United trying to pack into this, as they're going to have QM, Wildcard, TE maybe seeing them. They managed to make the first couple of rotations cleaner than most other people, but now maybe with what's happening 17 TE, Twisted Minds, there might be an opportunity for EU United to at least make it in the zone, but that's not the way you want to go, United.
Едут прямо сразу.
Ой-ой, высадили. Сейчас их еще высадят. Да их забрали.
TE as they're going to take this position. Now they have 17 above them. Twisted Minds as well drifting in this. I mean, our top 3 teams all bunched up on the southwest end.
And now it's all about trying to juke out these throwables. EU United is leaning back away, but it is going to connect with one of them. Now it's about what can you continue to do. Punaj, who looked like he was trying to move out, is getting Twisted Mind that spots this. Now, Kickstart has to be very, very careful. He's playing in the smokes, trying to move forward. He's the last one up for EU United, and 17 Gaming is finding ways to succeed. Still at 7 kills. Finally past the 100-point mark.
Yeah, great spot out there by Nikos and a point in the back.
Minus
trying to suss out where 17 is. This grenade, if it's on point, it is just a bit off. The follow-up here, he's still got a ton of frags, but Tulins can just absolutely make it rain here, just trying to go fishing for 17, but somehow, some way, all of these have been missing.
He's fishing with dynamite and is finding absolutely nothing. Problem is, 17 still needs to move. Twisted Mind's also going to have to make some type of rotation. Yoho in a pretty good spot, as well as Wildcard, as the potential for another double-up American ending could be happening here pretty quick. As Wykick Mukau can spray in. Nothing is going to go out. Wow, that is just a quick jump out coming out from Question Mark.
Oh, there's no reinforcements here. Nikos couldn't find the angle in time. I mean, QM is on slivers of health between the two of them, but there was nothing he could do. He's stuck up top with all those mollies. The grenade at least not going to get into him. He's throwing frags down, hoping he can finish the job, but the first aids have come through. Meanwhile, 17 now has to crash the other side.
Where are they coming into this one? Are they going to stop on the opposite side and make the foot push across? Adam's already left and now around the outside of this building, and they're just making the push in. That is going to be Question Mark going down, but new contender in 17. Here's the firefight. They want to move in. They spot out Adam, and that was a clean pickup.
That is a nasty spray from Suju. Batulins get taken out by Shao.
Яхи просто стоят, настреливают на хорошей позиции.
Available there on that US. It's one shot. Can he get the other? No.
He does close the door, but that's not going to be enough time to work with. And now Yoho is just watching what is going on between Wildcard and 17, and looks like it could be a good day for Yoho.
All right, Nikos, can you hold on here? Adam has been flushed. You have the info. He's going to try to play a little bit forward, see if he can catch 17 off guard a bit. Looking up and over the fence line. The heads there not really exposing themselves for Nikos to make the spray just yet. He has a ton of smokes to work with. Going to smoke off the backside, and Yoho going to use this opportunity to gain some space.
They don't have any vision on 17's side of the approach, so well played by them, realizing where the assault's going to be coming from, keeping their backs right up against that blue zone. His crates are on top of walls inside of this compound. It's absolutely wild. Nikos, though, last one up is just kind of more harassing and annoying what's going on with 17, who are still holding up their 3. Looks like he is going to get spotted out. Doesn't take too much damage, though, but really, the longer this goes on, Yoho's trying to find an angle. Nikos does get the drop on a little ghost and gets the flush as well. Now 17 is going to be walking into a firmly entrenched Yoho.
Absolutely phenomenal hold there from Nikos. I mean, making the best of a bad situation, gets a ton of kills in the process. Yoho.
Сейчас зона уйдет, скорее всего, к Йохам.
Йохи, получается, 2 карты заберут.
Will be covering the center of the circle as best as they can, and you can see that. Look at what 17 has to work with, Matt. It is
Если только зона сейчас к нему идет, к 17-му, будет пиздец Йохам.
About most they can work with, all of them just in
get the jumper cables. We gotta restart the cars.
I mean, they can just kind of roll a couple of them back there, right? Lord knows how many are in front. Yep, we're gonna be switching over to Yoho's view because that's they got control.
Honestly, this is one of the situations where if there was a bolt in one of these houses, I might just pick it up and go for it. I mean, you never know. Like with the SLRs too, of course. You know, the double tap can get the job done, but I mean, 17 here is in a unbelievably difficult position. I cannot stress enough how hard this is. Now, it is only phase 7, so they could get another circle.
Скорее всего, эти двое поедут пушить. Эти двое поедут пушить, а те двое сейчас подтянутся. За камень, я понял. Так я и думал.
So, 17 backs against the wall. Yoho still holding control over the circle. I like the fact that they're at least leaning into double ups, but they did move into throwable range. So Yoho gonna go ahead and read that one. This is really a game of dodgeball.
Yeah, there could be quite a few frag grenades still littered on the ground, as there's quite a few dead bodies. Yeah, there's a few.
I think that's kind of what they're doing. You see them scavenging around.
Yeah, they're looking. They're like, do you see any more over here? Are there any around this corner? Do you find any? Let's throw a few more, and that's gonna at least push Yoho back for a moment. However, you know, again, they're just going to be able to kind of push and pull this territory, and as long as they don't make too big of a positional mistake, they should be able to hold this, especially with that US there as kind of a little bit of extra cover. Yeah, I mean, again, this is really, really challenging for 17.
Okay, so Xiao Wu looks like he's going to be trying to cover the top of this. That means the pressure is going to mount. This is, I mean, that's what they were going around collecting. They still got frags too. This is. They went shopping.
They might be able to do this with this many smokes, with 15 smokes between the two of them. The fact that Yoho is still right by this rock.
Punich just suddenly just has it dropped on top of him. Suju, though, has got to be careful. He takes a lot of damage, a lot of pressure now onto Punich. As you can see, Yoho now has stepped up into 5th place, a massive climb today, as there's still the potential for even more. 17 Gaming still wanting to play this one slow, realizing the fact that tempo is all about what they're trying to set up around. The longer that they can try to stall out, the longer they can make Yoho just frustrated. There's a chance that an error could happen that they could exploit.
I mean, this could be back-to-back games for Yoho, and this could be the resurgence of the Americas region. You already had EU up there, Yoho trying to catch up. Navi, you know, we all know about Navi and Twisted Minds, how well they have been playing. Yoho wants to show that Americas is no slouch. That just got stuck in between the US and the rock. I mean, that's why you put that US there. It does a lot more than just offer you cover. It kind of blocks those grenades.
17, what do you have to work with? More smokes now starting to come out. I mean, I like this. Yeah, this is exactly what I was expecting them to do. Drop a couple, run back. Drop a couple, run back. They can just keep doing this forever.
I mean, this is all they got to work with, right? I mean, you got to just take what you can get and try to do something with this.
Are they making 2 independent smoke lines because they have that many of them? I saw one of them come out, and I can't quite tell, as now it's going to be starting to move closer and closer. Punich does go down. Now in a 2v3, pressure is starting to mount. That back rock has a double up on it as well. Shinboy trying to find an angle, work within this one, but cannot quite find it. Xiao Wu's taking some damage, has to set down. So now it's on to Suju. How are they going to do this? Is Yoho actually going to move into a more forefront position, or are they just opening up another angle?
I don't know if you can get this res off. That footage there might be able to avoid it. The spray from Xiaowu. He's got another grade. That's a Groza up there as well.
-2, на.
That would be huge. Oh, it bounces off.
Машина помогла.
Yeah, but Balefrost also takes some damage. The longer he can hold this one out, as we are now going to be closing out phase 8 seconds, means the fact that Yoho in that center point control is big. That's why we saw the send down. That's where the game's going to end. Shinboy also not coming up, trying to reinforce. Nades still coming out, and at this point, Yoho has to be like, damn, how many nades do these guys have?
Well, now it's just Xiaowu. As Suju has been knocked, he's got to go crazy. The vehicle sends Shinboy back just ever so slightly, but still, that's the last smoke here for Xiaowu. He's going to have to get it done with the barrel up close and personal. More grenades being expended by Yoho to try to keep him at bay, but he's pushing ever so slightly ahead of him. Oh no, he got caught by that one.
After all of this time, please don't go down to that. He's just like, no, I don't even want to risk it anymore. It's too hazardous. He's just going to step out. Yoho picks up another game, not the highest amount of kills, but complete control at the end. And you got to give the heart to 17. It was that they wanted that one.
I loved it, man. Great game, well fought by both sides. And Yoho, back-to-back games. Phenomenal performance here for them today. Halfway point of PGC has been checked off, and they are really showing that they are a force to be reckoned with in this lobby. Those signs are amazing. I am so jealous.
Sick. I love those. So good. I'm sorry. Now, we talked about the final act for show. You can see fans definitely coming up for us.
Right, exactly. I mean, the fans really wanted to see this final act in person, and I want to know.
2 за твистами, 2 за йохами.
So, let's send it over their way.
Да. И одну, кто он сыграл в Цербере, да, 3.
The finals is 2 chickens per team. These guys know how to put up wins, and it's not a coincidence that their logo is a baby chicken, and they know how to bring them home. My name's Taves. I'm here with Martin and Toby to break down the action. Guys, I'm going to be honest. When I showed up here today, I did not expect Yoho to do back-to-back chickens and climb the board the way they have.
No, I mean, North Circle, once again, we've gotten used to the Northern Circles this time around. Yoho knew what to do with it. They set up on the Northeast. They know that's where the least traffic is going to be. Then they get to wrap around the West side while the entire shooting range side of things explode.
So is their win cheap?
Oh well, I mean, they did come by it somewhat easily. At least the late game presence. But we see here, even with just 2 alive, 17 Gaming put up a hell of a fight.
Oh my gosh, yes they did.
In general, I would have loved to see, maybe a shooting range ending, because this ending here is so rough. When you have that crossroad, when you have that kind of eastern open side, there's only one team that can play out there. And Yoho had it for so long, and they managed to turn everyone away from it. And a big fight for the crossroads that actually ended up being less third parties than expected, because all the teams ended up fighting west of Twisted Minds compound for nothing, basically.
there was a brief 30 seconds where I think we eliminated 4 teams in the very same area of the map. We see the pull up here finally come to be.
Нормально, это повтор идет. Можно поиграть, зайти сейчас.
That actually opted to engage
in
wildcards. That's despite the fact that wildcards were playing with 3 alive for a long time in this game.
I mean, as we come to the end of the match here, again, just take a look at how much work 17 put in a 2-to-4 scenario. Ultimately, they go for the deny when they realized they were just out of utility and out of options. Yoho, though, I think they were sweating there for a minute because of the ability to 17 just keep them on their heels.
We were talking a bit about it, right? The priority of having a kind of a center spot. I don't think they
Да, ты слышишь?
pick up that many grenades from all the blocks.
Или нихуя.
Still, because they still had the house available to them, right? And the way that
Егор, можно сейчас поиграть, зайти.
worked perfectly for 17 to still run back and forth, get the utility here.
Сейчас я тоже запрыгну. Минутку прям.
That is an absolute
36 smokes in one game.
They killed so
I mean, you gotta remember, it's because of that battle in the prairie. There was nothing around. They were in fight after fight. United came over to try to fight that. Everybody was just going to war there.
The Suju clutch was just insane. They were able to pick up, I don't know, 7 bodies on the west side and then just reuse it again once United got in there. They used all the other nades they got again. It's just
and then showed up for the wild card question mark showdown and cleaned up after them with the looting. This team just knows how to make something out of nothing, and it is beautiful to watch. But again, the top 4 teams includes Twisted Minds and 17. Even when they don't win, they do not let up.
No, it's insane how they. I mean, their bad games is just not something that they do. And once again, I mean, for 17 Gaming, that